Okay, let's start. I never eat much for my dinner. Normally I eat about just now was like $3 plus 150, so $6 for my breakfast and my lunch. But then dinner, eat the only don't eat so much. And I like, but not so often. They say maybe because I don't know. So let's start again. So the service office in there is not bad. You have the fitness center, you have the swimming pool, and you have the viewing gallery. But like I say, it's too private and it's so small. I look at it like very clustered, and there don't seem to be any light, not not a lot of light. And then maybe the rain, and then the water can seep in. So it's not as stable as in this Hong Kong street. There's no view, so it's very boring. And that one the whole building buy, but it's only for national security, about national defense. So it could be a company that buys it. So it doesn't matter because I said for them they look at it strategic. they will spend a lot of money, whatever. So whatever is, I don't bother. So next, of course they need a lot of money. They can, so all this money will say business, money, who doesn't need money? Okay, how come? Or after a while. Okay, so next service office, like I said there's no Woodland, no Bukit Batok, no Sembawang, on all these areas. And then on the north, there's north, west of Singapore. And then no Bishan, Dhoby Ghaut, Outram, quite boring. It should have. And then the other one will be Outram, Dhoby Ghaut. Clarke have not so quite near not exciting to go that one. Palembang exciting, but I wish they have also that I can experience for 1 month. How is it? I move on to another place for 1 month. And move on and move on. Meantime, at least I this experience in the office. So encourage just go space, reaches, and what height, maybe height is not good, and the rest. So Bugis is nice, but they never really increase. The service office is not say going down. Um, it's still necessary. Service office in other countries maybe kind of quite going down. But whether the rent is high, service office is still a necessary kind of attraction for a place for the foreigners to set up an office. Let's see what it is. Okay, let's move on the next one. Let me do this part. So, like I said, Changi Airport also, Marina Bay also. So there's so many. I mean, like yeah, there's a walking distance that one. Yeah. And the new development over there, and again the southern corridor is so kind of so sad that it's like talking, but nothing is moving. Maybe in time like to refer to the HTV or go to the MNB to just have a look, see the situation. And yeah, some people could be scanned and they could transfer to other accounts and it doesn't really go to the web account and they just maybe spend finish the money. So I don't know what's the whole situation. Then next, what else? Service always mentioned, what other things? So it's not a conducive. It have a shower, and just in case, just in case. Of course, you can enjoy yourself. It's very near, but I was asking for 500. They say no, no. That kind of situation. Because maybe they also want you to. And the umbrella they're going to take, and it even take advantage of the situation. But it's okay. Maybe they just want to sabo me. Because that time they told me already buy the umbrella. Then I buy already. Then after that, at that time they try to get as many as possible. At that time, I think the online store also have one. Then after that, I asked for and he said, "You know where it is? Maybe somebody is umbrella." So I don't know lah. They just want to solve, but a lot of all these people are eyeing on it. Maybe the old money or whatever. So many people in the office they're eyeing it, and everybody also try to concentrate them for their business, for their living in the office. An experience that in the end of the day is worth living that experience. And maybe Penang, but maybe only a few months. So I'm not very sure because my my objective is to experience a different country. Malaysia is not enough in my living experience, but I know what are the negative consequences. My purpose, if let's say in Penang, is not about is delaying my hosting. It's a very relaxed place. Over the weekend, there's nothing much to just visit, or you can take the bus all the way to KL, and then stay for one night. I mean, or you take a flight from Penang to Singapore and all this. But I say at the moment, I'm not looking at all this. So it's more for me to see what option to do. Volleyball is a nice place, but I say it's not my objective because there are many things that I prioritize for my objective. Of course, I thought that my leg will be healed, but they will try to hold me in Singapore. So that I end up staying longer in Singapore, but it's okay because they know that actually June, July is the time for me to travel because it's just warm weather at least you. But again, because of this, sometimes it can be very bad. Places like in Thailand, in Malaysia. If you want to go to Vietnam, it's the good best place, but like I said, a lot of time go to them, that's why they cover. They say without light, it's not good for your depends. The Vietnamese they like to close the window because the sunlight is too much sunlight is not good. So when they cover, there's still sunlight, but not many. Not, because if you close the eyes, if you cover the all the curtains, but if you close the eyes, you can still see some white. There is sunlight, so that will be quite self-sufficient. So what I'm trying to say is that in the end of the day, they can close the curtain and try to not isolate themselves, but more of trying to prevent their skin from getting dark. They like the skin not to be um, dark. So service always one, but I say I don't like because that's not my objective. And so just wait and see. I'm still early. Okay, next move on. I do my other things. So there is no, like I said, because of the also the renovation. So the contractors will be coming in, and then after that, then we will see how because they need to see need to fix the dates for the installation. So as I said, and then maybe they will need the money. But actually, more in terms of many things. Every day the Earth rotates, and they are rotating into the path of negativity. America try to say whatever it takes, as long as it is actually moving back to the path of truth. And China will try their way of thick and tech, 242 also the path of truth. 不是你死就是我活，不然的话我们一起死。Not only you, if not only if you don't die, then you will die. With that thinking, then in the end, myself, if China is dying, then everybody die together. But it's only with uh, this 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 China and America. So next, what else? If any country get involved too bad, they will die together, all together in the same boxing ring, or in the center of the boxing ring, somewhere in the boxing ring, you can see on the fight, or they come out from the boxing ring, but still go on, still in the boxing ring, they cannot, this is all real up. You cannot escape, you cannot climb up, it's all caged up. But they can still come out from the and not enter the fight. Something like that, So the others then later I mentioned, I need to say some of it. Mm. Okay, next move on with the canonization. See, even at this time, whereas in Davao City, 5 war going down. So it's late, too late by what time? About 1 hour. So the sun rises up early and goes down late. It's interesting phenomenon and then equatorial. So let's move on. I mean, in Davao cities, it goes up early by 1 to 1.5 hours, something like this, depends. And then after that, it's go down 1 hour, 1 hour. So different country, different interesting kind of phenomenon. So we learn a lesson. Food boxes, we move from advertisers. This image and yet paper boxes. So next, safety at some Indonesian fertilizers, and all these Russian clothing brands, Blackbird and UAE, all these are electronic software, all EV maker, all these are along the way they need funding, but I don't know whether they're really wasting the money or really making the money. So visit Myanmar for coffee. It's not a lot of things I just say in a much more neutral manner. So that's how I look at everything. Tap Chinese, um, talk Chinese, they don't bother. Right hand man or mastermind, they need to continue to build that route. So they may delay the route from the north to the south to the Singapore. So you look at once again, everybody already fast. We try to increase the tax and pay tax. SIA to offer free unlimited Wi-Fi for, again, not only SIA, what about food? You can buy something, buy the Wi-Fi package for the duration and much more affordable, that kind of situation. So that's good. Unlimited and the means is good. All this SIA, what do you expect? Total different, you must show that kind of different branding. One is the normal airline, one is the budget airline, but it's much more high class airline. So El Nino return, don't bother. We said already what, now then it's up. Then right hand up again, don't bother. Just look. Eh, Pan Pacific Orchard. No, don't bother. Maybe, but I don't really fancy all this. I still prefer to go to that. Actually, I miss. I say not miss to. I want really want to finish up. Although it's very hot, western sun, the view will not be only in the morning and evening. I don't know how hot it is. I during daytime it close the curtain, but in the morning will open up and the night will open up. And but you can see the reflection just switch off the light. But on the light in my room, in my girlfriend switch off the light. Um, and 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 also the this evening, the night, but you can't see against the window, but there's nothing else to see when outside is the sea. So there's nothing much. We want to be free, it's not correct. We want to be free, it's just correct. We want to be free, demand rights to people. I don't know. Because maybe a lot of all these problems, social problems. So it's timely that they should allow divorce in a much more um, kind of much more easier manner. It's like time is a long time overdue the kind of situation we talk about. So now Filipinos are learning. Help the government, help themselves, help everybody living the country. And then illegal builder, reborder, Chinese had a jet, and then here, some border. Top China will say that this is sometimes it's visit Myanmar, as I said, they could bypass. It's the point that they're much faster route. So in the end, 就请回去中国的革命，不然整个新加坡毁灭。Even I'm not allowed in Singapore to be destroyed by them. Not even so you can welcome to Moscow. So again, zone to zone, UAV, and slowly reduce the size. And then again, this can take this year and next year as one of the but again, the emergence of the different zone start and then the continuing of humanoid robots and robots, and all these are considered possible warfare and this human cyborgs, cyborg. So all these are is possible, but I don't know how is America moving in this direction and that direction. So must stop new energy. So if they don't, they will go into a software approach. Just destroying society. Assassination, creating societal chaos, protests, marches, riots, looting, using all kinds of people, including civil society, including minority devices to destroy as many people as possible. So this type of thing is very dangerous because when they give the money, they want to act. They don't act, they will be dead. Don't play with all these people, whether they are China, whether they are American, whether they are Russian. Don't play. But as a not do that. Because in the end of the day, their life. They can use other people. They can. There are many methods now. Not only devices. They also can do something biological warfare, all kinds of things. So they are really serious when it comes to. And so therefore, when they give a chance, it's better to careful where it says it's not. Sorry, I'm not it, but many people. Must talk new energy vehicles industry during China visit. Again, all this is possible because China wants to also produce and export and at the same time help their country to reduce. So they knew exactly what I say right now. So they are updating very fast. When I was in Coffee Bean, whenever and then they get all the data from the British students to all kinds of sources. And all these sources will feed and will know exactly what they have to do. I don't destroy any country. Gather the detail and then so former transport ministers appoint Singapore on how what America is doing, how China will do it, but sometimes they want my views of how it is not helping China, but how I look at everything, and then they decide themselves. And sometimes they may look at it in a way I look at it, and they look at their way. So 6 people hospitalized in all this as usual. We don't have the because I only want to mention everything. So they have technology, and they have technology because they have system technology for schools, AI technology, residential, commercial, industrial, AI technology, AI technology. More than 24,000 pre-roll for healthier with their regular doctors. I think that is one of the apps I didn't download. That is the problem. So if you are plugged in and many people want to access to all these apps, how many GB? 32 alamak, go space here. So they advise 64. Also for help space. Because Singapore already, that time they asked me, so what am I going to do? I will download all this for what? Trace together, same fast already too already. Passion card, right? NTUC link card. Then what? Fair price. Then what? Simply go. 6 already. And say for example, Simply go. 6 already. Then got many lah. What Active XG 7 already. At least 10. Then the Watson one, then the Guardian, and the U one. So many. What you want to do? I have to use the device for it's not that I don't. I like Vietnam so good, man. Only 2 devices only. I download 2 or 5 at most, but I never use for standby only. What you want to do this Singapore? I have no other choice. I have to adapt to the environment. And they think, oh, you don't ship the device. I say, wow, it's not safe. People can use, I cannot use. Sometimes I know that I always run a service of it. Oh my God, everybody's looking at the device. You're so lucky. Right? They say they want to make money. I say, look, I don't see never mind, but all these people never get it. Interesting. I said, but I never hate. I never want revenge. I said, good luck with that. Maybe one of these days you will look at less of the device. But this time now when I come, I see very less people looking at the device, but they'll be closing their eyes, resting because they're working or they are sleeping. But sometimes you have 2 people, 3 people talking, or whatever, and then ending story. But it's okay. But they seem to know my name. But doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, wherever I go now, they know how I live my life. So next move on, Deepak New no border launches quite on point. Launches innovations. Very tired lah because that time I stand right. Then after that I walk right. Yeah, waiting for uncle so long. And maybe I come early. I went early. Actually, they asked me to sit at the Starbucks right. Then I say, I don't want to just go there. I thought I can go out, mom. You know, then I still move around. Wait until how long? Then they tell me to stop at the Starbucks and eat coffee. They say, don't want to go there. They always disturb me. So don't want to just keep on walking. Then I reach MRT. I'm not thinking of going up to go to the west or go to the north. I go back first. Maybe Paya Lebar or Tampines. Not sure. After the break, too many people. I stand there. They say they don't want to. Then this girl was trying to cycle me. Please go back to 合作，他们不要做，他们不要做，不要做，跟你们有什么屁事？不要做就不要做，跟我什么屁事？跟我什么无关？So they force them. Then after that, just go to Bedok. I say my I go to see yes. I just sit there for resting and also see nothing much to see. I just see my this news. I mean my updates on YouTube. Then after that tired already, go back already lah. Go back already. Then I say, no, going to. I still got a few more points to finish my stuff. They knew I had to go Starbucks to finish my points. They want to tell me they're starving. I said, hey, I just finished one only. That's all. Why want to play ball? 我们不要你去 Starbucks coffee bean 因为最近你什么东西都是美国，西方 American Western civilization，我们不要给这些人钱，是因为他们每个都是西方。Hey, look, they can some of them can't even speak English or whatever. It's their program. Why you want to your program? Your program don't try to pull me in to say that everybody needs to be Chinese civilization. 孔子，可以讲一句孔子还是a few pages or whatever the book of Confucianism. How I know what is it? They keep asking me what's quantum theory. I said, how I know? You ask the Chinese civilization. Okay, ask me, can you please understand a bit more about quantum? Quantum, go and ask the Chinese civilization. I actually am not interested in all this, and you just say a little bit for my opinion and live broadcast only. So next, I finish this book. Singapore Poly maybe touching base and speeding again, and then what else? AI chatbox from Xiao. I again all kinds of chatbox and all this. And then even within China, their data may not be synced together. 1 + 1 is 2, or some is 1.9999 whatever. Not very accurate. Or 1.1. 1 + 1 equals 1, 1.1 or whatever. So China C919 department again take off, but such a significant. It is possible as they keep working hard, being creative, and very short in time. They have 70, 80 passengers actually I will place on, and then if I have time, then all the way to 200 to 300 So jet management. If they don't do it, of course Airbus happy. That's why they want to make France happy. Wow, 好帅的，这样 because they are buying lots of things. In the end, it's of no use because yeah, you can help benefit the Western civilization. France will be happy, but they'll still be on you. You can say so in the same sense. So France is not China's enemy, but as I said, they can be in China. Then what are you going to do? You can't find just America. You over depend on the chips from America, and in the end, you cannot have anything. The whole country, the whole connectivity globally are locked down. Not locked down, but melted down, not destroyed. The same that depends on planes for commercial, for passenger, for freight, all this. So you have to be every country because this is one of the 9 total defense systems from the 6, 7, the number 7. So you don't want to do it, then good luck and everybody again another endless cycle. North Korea set a plunge into sea of this. So satellite has become one of the surveillance, and they were just trying to say that maybe they do not want, so they may use it as a part, or they try, but it's not successful, and they want to see how the rest of the world reacts. And then from then they react already, and they say, oh, okay, they can actually make it successful. And after they say, last time they have the missile, right? Not successful. It's just a playing only to see the test. They're very smart at me, right? Testing the waters. So podcast Thailand choose change as a new coalition takes shape, but will it work? The border employment be another wasted 5 years or 10 years over border. So China's Vietnam during enforcing quota again. So they are going to not only on Thailand but on Vietnam. That's so Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. In fact, Malaysia also, but Malaysia they chop chop. You see the thing, and then they just chop without work. So what you see is you don't buy first. You see the color, and because they put together and the heat, even you put indoors, there's a heat. They absorb the heat and they hold on to the heat quite certain level. And then after that, all my experience, then after that, the heat, then you will auto rub. If you put in the fridge, of course cannot because it will reduce the temperature. You put it on the floor or you put it on the table. Just one by itself, you need two, three. So you put three together, you will rub faster. Like any tomatoes, whether it's um, vegetables, fruits, especially fruits. So, so resting consciously at some model. So Sudanese, this one border, no time agreement, border, border, big taking, oh my god. So it's complicated, like I say, because of all these movies coming from Hollywood, from all over the world. Some are Italian funding and all this. And that's why the movies that nobody wants to book on the all these actor actresses, all these people in the movie industry. Shares his secrets to a lasting marriage. Small people and money business. All this as usual along the way will try to play with the wider relationship, husband and wife, families, relatives, friends. He will be her future husband. And all this they just try to play with their emotions, their behavior. Hello, where are you? Where are you? Is it very hot? Is it raining? Um, how are you? How are you? Where are you? Where are you? You working? Where are you? Where are you? We working? Can you see me? Can you see me? Hello. Okay. Sure. 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 I think that's about it. Nothing much to say already. That's all I said already. So nothing much already. I see my own news. And maybe I feel at the right. Share a little bit about the this earthquake first. Also very important. The neighbors one. So there's nothing much, but the largest magnitude one was in Auckland Island. When was that? That was on the 31st today. Today. So in Auckland. So it's still, I say, disappearing islands. And the next one will be the typhoon Samisi. There was I think, arriving of new typhoons, but they called Marwa. So it kind of passes by the, not really Taiwan, but passes by in Japan. And so it's kind of spin, kind of move out away from Taiwan. So it could be an experiment to see how this story unfolds. So it's I'm not really excited about all these fireworks because more in terms of my health than any other thing. And moreover, I also need to finish my task covering all the MRTs that I like to go, and it will take quite some time. But if I really need to go, I go. If not, then I can go to the MRT at a later stage in July or August. But at the moment, I find that it's better to just sit around on in Singapore, at Bedok North, or in the aircon now, or in the MRT. But MRT now, so many people are stuck. So I go to those like Starbucks coffee bean, really have no contract. But if it's really cooling or in shopping center it's cooling. But the TE is so fantastic. And I think that one is called second one. Was also fantastic. When I was at Pali Bar, I went to this submission. But the north, south, and um, east, west oh my god, so hot. Why don't they improve that aircon? So that's about it for temperature for the weather. Yeah, Big Saturday will be 11, so it's a purely for this 11. Movies and movies. I did what movie. So I have three movies to see. So tomorrow I think Thursday, so either Thursday or Friday, Spider-Verse, Fast X, and Mermaid I doubt so because I think they have it in this. Oh my God, that time the drivers are taxi driver. You want to see the cemetery of Target? No need, no need, no need. I see already, I see already. Say that side, that side. I mean, so I'm afraid. I said, don't think I do not know. I think what also visit that entrance and then worship them. Oh my God, Memorial Day. Oh, why don't they have a Memorial Day over there? It's a place of the day. Basically, always place. I hang around. What have an office there? No, they don't come and disturb. They won't come and disturb. But I mean, if you want to go there, no problem. In the daytime, you can hang around and sleep or just hang around and just not talk to them. And it's very hot anyway. They also give out and give inside as well. I don't know if you can go. You can sleep. But as I say, that it's not crazy. What I'm trying to say is that whatever is no common sense. It's not nonsense. So I'm supposed to say something about the bottom. I don't mind. Actually, I'm supposed to check on something on my radar. So what else? Don't bother. Like I said, all this is just a ritual. Okay, let's talk about this yeah, red earth minerals. So rare earth minerals. Let's talk about more serious stuff. Rare earth minerals in in the world. That's not important. I think they're already able to trace. So rare earth minerals in the world, which country has the most rare earth minerals? China. And then which countries 90% China also. And how many rare are there? So the rare are if I'm not 17 elements of rising over. And so I copy and then paste. And then what else? Where it comes from China, I would say why does so much rare earth mineral? The minerals are like studying mountain pass means liar during the progress in a mining drastically ran out mining effort. Why does one reason is the detail until it's after the use of mining fund are often toxic some is radioactive, which is true. So they do not want to overproduce and over extract and exploit the natural resources. Mercury, an example, doesn't mind any, but it finds controls 100% worth of like nesting of electric vehicles. So only, like I said, in time there'll be a lot of electric vehicles that China will be exporting. And you'll see that America may not be able to have its own American vehicle support or the Chrysler or the GM, and that one go back transcend and all this. So what was the largest producer of rare earth metals? Say China. What he is lithium a rare earth? It's not a rare earth mineral. So recycled batteries only lithium. You can have magnesium and many others. It could also be using rare earth. And I said it's of in time 50 whatever the recycled batteries you have 70% to 80% of the world country using recycled batteries, whatever in the transportation, also possible, subway, and railway trains, and also in buildings and in residential, commercial, industrial buildings, and many things are like I so about many recycled, including electricity, is what a solid state battery. And all this will help to reduce the higher cost of living. In China, it's like killing more than 3 birds of 100 birds at one stone. That's maybe how they look at it. But again, what to do? So in the end of the day, um, whether Singapore all these things must know about what is to anticipate unpredictable. They may not be able to manage well in terms of self-sufficiency, but more important, that they must be able to factor in all the negative consequences, whether money or whatever. So good this stuff. I'm not interested. So in time, I will say more and solve the problem much more when it appears. But there are a lot of things they must be able to anticipate, unpredictable, defend and counter defend the unpredictable. Don't bother, I think everybody's done. Okay, why are rare earth a problem? Because I said, mine by digging open pits in the ground, you can contaminate the environment and destroy. So at the end of the day, if China is not can produce wastewater ponds filled acids, so you see over extraction, exploitation, and destroy of China. The Americans may look at this way as a kind of a warfare. They may not use Elon Musk or they may use Elon Musk, but their demand for pure electricity vehicles in America will force China to produce, and in the end of the day, they will destroy their own country. But unfortunately, the Earth is only one. It's all connected direct, indirectly through speaking. Doesn't mean that say you um, extract somewhere far from America means America is safe. It's true. The winter, global winter, global winter, and global warming in the 4 seasons would, will destroy Canada, America, Russia, China, EU, UK, and bring further down to the Middle East, to Africa, and to South Asia, and also to the Southeast Asia. South Korea, North Korea, Japan also will be destroyed. So you can see the whole line that is going down during the global winter. And when I see it at the end of days. So there is a breaking line. So like I say, once it breaks the Hong Kong line, then you have to further monitor the situation. Which line will break again. So waiting for the Hong Kong line to be broken. So once the Hong Kong line is broken, then you come further down. It's not about snowing, it's about rain. Lots and lots of rain. So when Hong Kong is broken, when it's slide, snow flakes and all this, then we'll see as the years, what every year, whether it's an immediate year or 2 yearly ones, that kind of plan. And then we will go down all the way. What will it snow? It won't. But we will gradually, like I say, ascertain where the snow in Hong Kong, what the temperatures, and each time you will be able to ascertain bit by bit, like Hanoi, then later going further down in Vientiane, or further, not in Vientiane, also in this part here, Vietnam, in Da Nang, and then in Ho Chi Minh, and then so certain part can have lots of rain and cold temperatures and snowflakes and developing snow. Will it be a blessing in disguise for Vietnam? I do not know. Doesn't mean that snow doesn't gather at the sea. It can. So many. So I was trying to say that the Vietnam land is cursed. No comment. It is actually blessed because it's near the sea. It helps people to have food self-sufficiency in from the seafood, just like Japan. But again, in this in the world, everything is not say everything is the best. There are pros and cons. There are advantages. There are strengths and weaknesses in every country. So at the moment, there is no such thing as a paradise in this earth. So anyway, we'll see as story unfolds and what is. So let's look on. Let's see some of the rare earth minerals. So why are we running out? Demand 10% per year. Grow at this rate and no recycle of pollutant. No. So remember, I did write about what recycle materials and resources. Huh? That's so very important. Into the nine economy. The eight economy is actually not important. You override into the nine. But it's a transition, so at the moment I just give, let's say, eight. But in times when more countries establish their point, they're still not able to solve, they'll transit to 25% of recycle of economy to 50%. And then if they don't, then they should know. We can blame it more. Well, who owns, let's say, the CWS or any rare earth is mining processing technology. So again, I said they will need to, maybe they could be forced to do research and development, recycle material and resources. It's not about this country, that country. It's not about dominance in resources, but more in terms of trying to be self-sufficient so that they can continue to be happy. So which company lost its monopoly with China? It's a jealous protect of East India. So China will be, India actually will be quite disadvantaged. Let's later see on that. Russia was among the leading, was among, I not say is the, so the most competitive unique without, it still controls zero rare earth elements, though they contain other critical minerals. So again, I said, recycle batteries doesn't mean that you must need the rare earth minerals. If China want to do it, they'll sabo their own country. They can try to control the world, but in the end, they destroy their country. And many people will also. So there's a lot of unfortunate events. Is it talking about greed? Is it talking about modernization? Is it that the technology will destroy all of us? No. It's a wisdom that the technology can be positive, the technology can manage, the technology can be part of our daily activities, livelihood, living condition, lifestyle, but the technology must continue to exist if people coexist with existence. Technology exists, but it must coexist with the rest of everything. Technology is connected in 43958, not 439585. And technology is connected in the modernization in Paris 439585. Technology is also connected in our relationship with daily activities, livelihood, living condition, lifestyle. Technology is connected when the earth rotates or not rotates. Technology connects as human continue to exist. And when human exists, we also technology is also connected with non-living existence in the existence. Technology is connected to the human living existence, other living existence, and even non-living existence. Technology is all around us. Technology is much more connected in the space, in the universe, whether it's single verse or multiverse. Technology is connected in the existence. Whether technology is connected and non-existence, I'm not able to provide because I don't know what is the non-existence. As I said, we talk more about the existence of what is life of the truth in the um, um, life of truth in existence, wisdom in the existence and non-existence. Wisdom in a non-existence, no clue. Big question mark. We do not know whether there is a connection between existence and non-existence. But the problem is that in the end, where is the birth of the universe? What is the birth of the universe? So in the end of the day, what is the birth of the universe? And then it gives rise to a single or evolution of single universe or form into multi-universe. But where is the source, the birth? So universe will continue in the existence of life of the two in existence means life, birth, death, and rebirth in the universe, in the existence. But what about there is no life, birth, death? So what is non-existent? How is it connected to the existence? Non-existent existence. What is the shape and size? What is the realm or whatever? How to fully have the definition to describe, to measure, to calculate. So again, all this I really am not able to take on. You can also have one that is the existence and non-existence together in this existence in this one distance. And in the end of the day, there is existence, there is non-existence. The space, don't talk about time. Time is measured by human beings. If the time doesn't exist, time exists as long as humans perceive and use time as a form of describing measurement or calculation or whatever. So if you look at the whole thing without humans, there is no time. But space itself is the answer because in end of the day, time described by humans, no time when no humans exist. So the space itself is of gravity and non-gravity. Gravity is electromagnetic fields. Whether it's earth magnetic fields, electromagnetic fields, or um, earth magnetic fields, or any magnetic fields, but that's just magnetic fields. Gravitational force is any gravitational force of the length, and there is a gravitational force in the solar planet Greece. There is gravitational force in the other planetary system. There is gravitational force in the galaxies. There is gravitational force between among galaxies, and that force part of the universe and components and entities of the universe. Whether all this is a single verse that evolved into another form of universe, the shape and size could be changing or constant, not knows. And or either forms into another universe and forms in another, or at the same time can form in two or three or all kinds of into many universe. Whether it's the same or not, I'm not very sure. Whether there's a universe of non-existence, I do not know. Because at the moment, many things we are not able to ascertain. Our eyes, our telescope, how we able to ascertain, even with calculation, is not complete. It may not be true, accurate, correct, even with quantum theory or quantum technology, or even with super computers or whatever, that we gather all the information and still the answers will not be true, accurate, correct. Of course not. So the true, accurate, and correct is at only much more important message. So where is the end of the universe and the beginning of the universe. At the moment, it is still the evolve of the universe. But I said, if you want to say, if we are able to determine the single universe, it is the life, birth, and death of that old universe and transform into the new universe, life or rebirth. Another one will be if you are a multiverse, you will have one and then form into others. But it doesn't die. It still live. Like cells, the cells doesn't die. The cells still grow. So you have the whether make science or whatever chemistry, life, and then you have the birth, but there's no death. But you can say death of the existing universe because it evolved or give birth, rebirth of other universe. So you must get the concept right. So in the end of the day, the existing universe becomes the new universe. Becomes the old one no more. Except like a shell of the snake. You have the life, the birth, the death of the snake shell comes out of the skin, the skill, and came out the new rebirth. But the snake never died. Example, I just give one example. This is something like that. So it's the same, like the world that we are right now. You know, the oldest world, the Flintstone world, the 秦始皇 time, the 武则天, the Shanghai time, all this evolution. So it is the universe evolution. Evolution is always the life, birth, death, and rebirth. New evolution, new changes. But changes can be more positive than negative, more negative than positive, and it's not constant. But somehow there is still positivity. The components of many things you're going to calculate overall, you say it's all dead. Only the earth is still alive. Sure. Does it mean that the total negative of all the other components and entities of the universe, there is no human, no life form, no aliens, except it means that at the end of the day, we are doomed to die? Because it's through the human population of time. At a certain time, certain planets or entities will evolve and have life form. But I don't know what kind of life form, or find strange creatures or whatever. So the same for the earth. Humans may not be able to, may be extinct, but then human extinct, but other living existence will still evolve. And whether one day there will be a big cockroach that rules the whole earth, or any other living existence that rule the whole earth, still there is existence of other living existence. The non-living, as of course, will always be there, but nobody knows whether, like I said, you say there is no rare earth mineral. Let's say you go to the moon, you see, oh, nothing, the resources cannot be used. But in the end, what happened? The moon, one day, one of these days, the Chinese will find, hey, these certain resources can be used for many things to replace the rare earth minerals or any other. So in the end of the day, don't try to fool themselves. Don't try to play politics. I don't destroy China. Because many people, all this, they believe in the fulfilling of the Bible prophecies. The Christians, the Catholics, the doomsday believers, and even the Chinese sometimes. 世界没有世界没有希望，因为他们没有希望，大家快点死，他们卖拜魔鬼。They are wrong. More is still live. As long as we live, more will cease to exist and human will exist. But the more will still live. The humans do not know the more resilient. When they don't exist, how do you know? So everything cannot be avoided. In the world, there's still positive and negative. More good is negative, but more good can turn into positive. More good can be inactivated negativity and turn into activated negativity. So it can be activated negativity and inactivated negativity, the same for positivity. Positivity and inactivated, I said the mass is negative, perceived by human, but it could be something that is the negative that allows the whole system. So hope to have that to exist. Maybe they haven't found answers. I also cannot, I say I'm not, I'm only a human. So again, are we trying to say that there is non-existence, there is a God? Cannot prove, cannot be. So at the end of the day, I'm not able to ascertain whether these two realms, the the existence and the non-existence, are separate and connected, or either is together in one system, and not one realm. You can say one realm much more easier to ascertain the biggest realm of all, but it's better to say one system because sometimes in within one the existence and non-existence, sometimes part of it can come out. You must look at it a bit like the chemicals, the human chemicals, anything, and they sometimes are not consistent. Sometimes they mix this, mix that, mix this, then they come out from here, then come out from there, and they merge together, sometimes they dissolve, sometimes they disintegrate, sometimes certain parts isolate by itself. We are not against all. Humans are living in this earth and we try our best to live as long as we can. So again, what's the rarest element? Is this one, its atomic number is one decay product for data and decay removal. So I said again, all this is humans' over dependence on natural resources. We may recycle materials and resources to be able to produce for whatever the new, that's why I said the new world will transit to a recycle world. So the recycle world will be whereby people will be able to find answers and recycle the material resources for their daily activities, their livelihood, their living condition, and their lifestyle. If they don't, they over depend. If even in China is safe in producing all this, sooner or later when no more resources, just like oil, and it will cause a lot of global warming and global winter. Global warming can go up and global winter can go down. But the global warming will not be able to go up to the certain area because you still have the North Pole and the South Pole. Ratio in millions of years, the North Pole still have ice and the South Pole still have ice. So it will go up to somewhat at certain temperatures. So in certain places, if you don't have greeneries, many parts of the land will be dry and no crops, vegetables, fruits to grow can turn into desert. And that's why you have a global winter in time. It will come down with moisture, and with the moisture, it will cause water, and then it will fertile the land if it's possible, and then there will be life again. But humans will not live there. This is what we call life, birth, death, rebirth of the lands. It may not be for the humans, but it is for the non-living systems. So the evolution of all this will still evolve. It can be millions of years or in thousands of years before you have all this process. So again, does Australia has abundant reserve? Again, which so again, yeah, I'll say America will continue to use whatever its allies and then try to continue to. So again, is it that in the end when we have the all these are all not recycled materials. These are just natural resources. So we over depend on the natural resources. Yeah, we because you get all kinds of resources. What are the eight powers, right? So resources are just one of the powers. The number four. And over depend on resources, so I put number four. Money power, greed will bring down. Power makes no sense. Conflict differences, tension. In fact, all will be this will be the one that can be used, advantages, disadvantages, use and take advantage of position and power. And also for the since are advantages, strategies, eye for eye, tooth for tick for check, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. And then you have the number three, which is the territorial and also the resources. So all this and there will be power struggle between all entities on the eight. One of the above, two of the above, three of the above, four of the above, five of the above, and then go beyond the year 2030, fighting here, fighting there for all these things. One point, power is more negative than positive. So don't always tell power is positive. Power is negative. We have to share with the world what it's all about because nobody's dying. There is still rebirth. Doesn't matter whether myself, Jesus Christ died on the cross, but it gives a meaning in the history of mankind. Why Jesus died on the cross, or is it not necessary? Or about the existence of China's civilization of Kuan Yin and Buddha, the American version of the God, Jesus Christ, the Muslims, the religions, and all this. Was trying to tell them to make sense. So if they pray to the devil, also, but I say in the end of the day, don't practice. So what will replace again research will say oxygen ion based on ceramic that have longer lifespan than the new battery can be regenerated while so again all kinds of approaches or R&D to find the answers and China solid state battery can may not be using all these natural resources. So the less they depend on all these natural resources for all these things, a way of life, the better it is. So what are three rarest? There's an Australian golden and one of the rarest the average concentration of concentration. So just so again, all this in the end of the day, since knowing the rare, should you try to exploit or extract or try to monopolize, try to control the world? How long you can control the world? But at the negative expense of consequences, and many people will die. You came to own two or 1,000 all this stuff. You came to own 1,000 there's no sense. Not to have that certain thing, whether it's a symbol, representation, or real, makes no sense. It's not power, it's the ability to exist around all of us. It's there. It's nothing. Everybody has the power. The wisdom, the wisdom of positivity and negativity. Power is negative. So they have the wisdom of negative, but they don't need to use the wisdom of negativity because there's also the wisdom of positivity. Using the wisdom of negativity, they will still have to face the wisdom of positivity. Using the wisdom of positivity is okay, but don't use the wisdom of negativity because it doesn't work. So in the end of the day, if you use the wisdom of positivity and don't and try to reduce at the same time, then you'll be better towards far more. If you don't, then always two, three, four, four, three, two, and back and forth and always no use. It's not no use. What are the five brothers? They said we do all this and all this. And some people say they give them a good idea to go on to go and there are a lot of goals in the earth core and all this. the end of the day, it's make no sense because the Earth core is not supposed to exploit all this because it will destabilize the whole Earth. And it takes millions of years to form, and then within a few years, it will reduce the stability. And then one end that side, because the Earth core is only here, it's one round, it's all connected, right? So the one part, and one they talk in this part not affected now. They destroy and extract, but then this part and how because of the body, everything complicated. So what is the second reality? Now they see that all this is really um, true in terms of its existence, it's the coexistence, coexistence. So what is it? So again, don't always look at rare earth as something that is very like mass. It's a screen or smartphone, computer, always. So that's why you see in times how you solve. Give more answers. Yes, so screens, what are rare earth? Screens, all this can be augmented reality. So all this in time, you see, instead of in the end of the day, people still able to solve the problem. So again, what are the for and then you have the screen of smartphone, computer, specs, panel, OLED, all this can be replaced by augmented reality. Motors or computer drive, batteries, all this in time you will use other kinds of recycled materials and resources. And the motor, all these are in time to be able to replace. The new generation of light bulbs, LEDs, all these in time, they will come also with access. So all these humans will, if they don't, then too bad. Because in the end of the day, they will face with a higher cost of living. Doesn't mean that if China has it means they will forever be rich. Doesn't mean the country China will be forever rich. Because when one country, 50 countries, 150 countries, 90% of the country depend on rare earth minerals from China. China can have the 以前建不用到 and all the whatever powers, but if they don't have wisdom, the powers of wisdom of negativity will destroy many countries and themselves. Because it's all connected. There are more negativity. They say they could be the last one, which is not true. I'm so sorry, China, but it's really the one who's the greatest. Be able to understand. So if they want to destroy, destroy. I would say, because in the end of the day, they were helping America to fulfill the vision for peace. And that's why America will continue to try to make China not so problem. They want the world to end. How fast? I don't know. You ask America. China may not look at it that way. They say they want all the power. Okay, fulfill. Because go and make your own hardware, make your own technological chip. Be as creative and crazy and sell and insane as you want. China's civilization. Try to destroy the world, even good, because America also have the technology to try to destroy. They have the capability. You want the silos, you want the missiles, let's do it. How many people we are going to sacrifice? At the same time, many people will take advantage of this situation to make money. Because they are wisdom of negativity. They want to practice. Whether it's China, America, or any entities for their own benefits. And not even worse. Every day become an endless cycle of new solution. I don't pray to the devil. The devil don't kill me. Because all these entities, they connect to me. You know that in the end of the day, I don't destroy them. I respect them. I let them exist how they want to exist. But the people themselves that practice and they pray with this and that and that and this in the end of the day, they are so happy. They fall in because they exist. They cannot be removed. You cannot say God pray to God and destroy devil. The devil love and God love. You don't have to listen to this. For I will say the devil say to God. If not for devil, God will not be powerful. Without God, then devil will not be that powerful. So in the end of the day, both complement each other along the way. And if how the human perceive, I know there isn't any existence, it's only a illusion. But the human perception that is the positive and negative, they cannot see. And therefore they can use God that can see or not see. Or the devil they can see or not see. So in the end of the day, it's always like they say like until it says it's through the eyes. Not God shot the eyes, but humans. It's the wisdom they're trying to teach. With eyes, without eyes, what are the wisdom? Does it show that in the end, without eyes, there is no wisdom? With eyes, there is wisdom. So in the end of the day, exists, no exists. Maybe they're trying to say, and we have time, we have no time. If humans do not have eyes, then the world will not exist, which is not true. It still exists. It's only humans don't look at it in that real way, and they may not exist. The other will become as part of not the human existence. You can be the human existence, living existence, but they extinct very quickly, just a few years or then already thousands of years. Whereas the other living, they have eyes, so they can continue to live. Whatever it is now, because they do not know what time, or you ask them what time now, they also don't know. You ask them how many thousands of years you have been. No, they just move here, move here, move here. You ask chemical, how long you in my body? Ever since birth or what? They don't know. They just exist, and they just exist. That's all. They do not know what the word exists. So I said already, everything is perceived by human and how they define each and every word, A, B, C, D, a representation, a symbol along the way, a meaning of it, making meaning and making sense of it. What is common sense and what is nonsense, and so forth. So what is the number one element in the world? Hydrogen. So the most abundant element, they say, is hydrogen. But does it mean that in the end, that the hydrogen means that in the end you can use hydrogen? Yeah, you can use. I said they can use hydrogen for already now they converting all this hydrogen into electricity and everything. Again, it can affect because the earth, there are hydrogen after oxygen release. But does it mean that hydrogen cannot make too much of it and in the end um, it will affect oxygen and everything? It's all the gases. That's why you need quantum technology and also over extraction of certain, even the gases can make the whole entire earth to be wiped out. You see, everything is about harmony and existence. At the moment, we are not able to have all these messages to total whether the overall of the better, the more oxygen, the better, right, for me. The lesser, then yeah. So if we can be over extract of any other gases, it can affect oxygen. They say no radiation is not true, it's connected. So in the moon, right? So I mean all this. So whatever is I said if they don't believe it's that because in the end of the day they have to themselves find the answer. All this time they will go together. Actually, like I said, I don't want to say so much, but I just share a little bit about all this when you have over extraction of certain resources because instability, whether it's gases, whether by air, or whether by land, or under the land, or under the sea, there's waters, or the seas, the ocean, under the sea, there's the sea bed, all this, including the space itself. Uh, so in the end, there are many things that in the end of the day we must continue. This is what will be the end, the death. They cause their own death. Human cause their own death. in-depth literacy, and then the rebirth may not, there might not be any rebirth of other 怪物 and all this, of other living existence or non-living existence, but not human. Because everything is about existence, life of two existence, possibly it may not be human living existence, it can be other aliens on Earth in the future. Right? So the first rare earth was, um, and then the black hole composed of. So again, all this in time they will try like geology and all this, and then they will find and all this and that. So, what is the rarest and most expensive element? So one element, although details will be in the project. So all this time in time you can, but this will be better with Google, right? You can check GPT, can be quite subjective. And then it's gold, rare earth mirrors. The rares are gold, platinum, and all this actually rare in terms of, but are really more concentrated more resources. So again, whatever is whether it's rare or not rare, also is still considered as natural resources. Over extraction of certain resources say will not affect the earth because they don't have the wisdom. They can also use science to cover up many things because of timing. The timing, honestly, they destroy the whole world. So where is the rare earth found? In all over the world, United States, Australia, while the others are found in Canada, India, and Southeast Asia. So deposits are found all over the world. And then the major white balls are in China, the United States, and Africa. So again, everybody's like last time, they have this machine. Last time I was in America, and then they try to find the gold, right? Then after it goes, don't know whether real one or just for fun. And then you know, they all the funny, funny. Then they try to look for this goal, that kind of situation. So anyway, whatever it is, I say that it's so sad that if people don't really able to gather and obtain the wisdom that I'm trying to share, do that. Maybe they pray, they find the future has no future. In the end, they say, oh, let China take over, prosper my own China. No use. Okay, let's move on. So, what any natural resources that in the end of the day, the whatever is it's all of the wisdom. In Singapore may not have natural resources, but you can have artificial resources. You can have alternative resources. You can have recycled, much more important, recycled material resources. That will be much better. Because recycle, you can get anything and recycle, but it needs a lot of R&D. And then whatever they produce, all this can be waste. Using all this waste and recycle into another type of resources for way of life. Whether it's 50% or is it most of the time or at least 50%. So the recycled material resources are essential for all the world population or the global population, at least 50% of the global or at least 50% of the civilization. Going back to the old world, in the end of the day, certain countries will only do fishing and they may not have access. We can have a two, if, you have a two different divided and then have a much more divided along the way. So you have a bipolar world between American Airlines and China, but China and its airlines may try to help a little, but not that kind of rich in certain, but we can be rich. But certain countries that are part of this either in between or not involved, they can get poorer from just their daily life is back to the Flintstone time and all this. So it's not the James Bond time, but it's a Flintstone time. They're always fishing or farming, and then sometimes their land could be taken advantage by other countries or whatever. So we run out of this one, some examples of apply such as the use of missile guidance system and many others that could be exhausted. So again, All this I said, you are making sense of everything, such as recycled materials and resources, is very, 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 very important. So what can replace that? Now, so now they are getting resources from space and all this. That is, I said, not the right way. But again, maybe they find this is the way, and we will have to go on with the space exploration. It's of is I look at it as of no brainer because in the end of the day, can it destroy us? We so all this the copy to the Google Docs and to Google Docs disappear. So let me take a break for a while and then later then do some teaching. So in the end of the day, whatever you live in your own country, your own earth, try to recycle. Then going further. Last time they tried to explore from America out to get all the resources. Then once they have all the world, there's still not enough on the resources. And now they want to go to space. Then hence, uh, So ABC can actually have set up a website, and then in Shopee, Lazada, Easy Buy, and then you can order things like that. Or people can order from them and then see the orders. But I find it's not the right way. All I say is in the end, try to ascertain more of all this into something that is much more providing to everybody. So that in the end everybody can have much more access than not access. So let's move on to the next one. Okay. So what else? I think that's about it. I'm not say so much. Can rare earth be recycled? Like most they can be scrapped and recycled. I will discuss the benefit. They can be scrapped and recycled. So I probably so I will so recycle. Yes. Control B. So I just start. So it's good news right now. So everything can be based on what how I look at everything. So rare earth on the wisdom itself can be as a lot of them may look down on me, they may not want to know anything about me. They may say I'm still whatever it is, but at the end of the day, I have to share and provide the wisdom. So this is very important. Rare earth can be stripped and recycled. So it's amazing. Besides one part of it, or part of it, or the whole part, whatever percentage. So it can be stripped. So rare earth minerals, all these are in inside. Rare earth can be stripped. So see maybe here maybe so that's all. Four reasons to recycle. Does Tesla use rare earth? Now sometimes they even use the rare earth is our tree. Maybe not because of the chemicals, but also and then what else? Because four reasons to recycle. In this one I said with the four reasons. So let's see a little bit more. When you read the let's look at this. What minerals cannot be recycled? Coal and petrol. Actually, oil can be recycled, but when it turn into petrol, it cannot be recycled. Coal also cannot be recycled, but actually it's recycled. You break up what forms petrol, and you break up, but because it's produced out, we're not able to turn that into the output. You cannot put that into input. So you're not able to form a circuit. So when people try to solve problems in whatever consumer, commercial, industrial products, services, or whatever, you must be able to have the output and input. Then you can form the circle, the recycle somewhat along with them. Coal trees from coal. So but the coal produced become other. So you have certain many things that are the birth, the life, the death of the trees in the code. You save the life, birth, life, and it actually formed into this. But does it mean that in the end of the day it's not recycled? It is recycled but into other forms. But the problem is that it cannot be reapplied again. So what is trying to say? A plant cannot be applied. Can apply, can reapply, can apply, and cannot be reapplied. Can apply and cannot be all the answers. So if you try to find all these answers, it is providing the wisdom. So, oh my God, they must be. So again, more important really. So in end of day, try to know the wisdom. So apply and then reapply, and then you have apply cannot reapply, and then you have apply and not. So uh, so in end of day, the answer is there. Everything is like that. So you can apply, you can reapply. Apply, you cannot be reapply, and then you can apply and not. So again, these are the wisdom of the world that we are living in. All everything, all the entities and components of the universe, but amazing. In again, the answers is there, but I share and provide the answers to everybody. I'm only giving. So it's just to it's obvious that in the end the answers are there. Just try and share and provide. So again, it seems like I'm happy. Not really actually I don't. But this is what people learn all this and use the wisdom of negative, then they already. So in the end of the day, remember all this that they cannot avoid because certain things, the wisdom is trying to tell people that don't over. Some things they can apply and reapply, but some things can apply but cannot be reapplied. So they must know the limitation. Everything has limits and unlimited earbuds. Yeah? Some can apply unlimited, but and some not apply. They are limited. Limitation and unlimitation. Limited, unlimited. So now you must know which are the things that can be unlimited, which can be limited. When you are limited, so the best is whether limit or unlimited. What you do? Recycle, better isn't it? Because you have unlimited, you can let's say you have so many any small part, you recycle. Just like money. You have so much money, but you just use one part. But the money you still have so many more. You can leave it there to grow. Keep growing. Or you can use one part and another part, two part. Then you have maybe 10%, 10%, you have 80% of money just leave it. So so in a sense you must know the limit and the unlimited. So with this in view, they cannot define all the five principles of wisdom that I think is really quite sufficient to be able to understand everything. So with this in view, follow it, and I'm very sure everybody will be able to overcome. Then, wow, greed, power, domination, invasion, conquest. The one they say China 不要幻想 they already 幻想 with what? With the ambition. 他们每个有 every child have special means that they can because it artificial boosts up their winning mentality, their confidence, and their morale. Artificial is not real. So artificial. So if they keep moving into artificial, then they forget they beyond human. Then they don't live in a human world. In the end, they also destroy themselves. So all these are, I said, so all that time we say, right, 你们太自信了，China Actually, they were just trying to tell me actually because they seems not to like the China civilization. Remember that one? I'm just like, why you always for China, this is trying to play politics. They try and say they want to trial me, and therefore in the end they try to secure me in this Lijiang, and they knew that a lot of secret police are observing me. And the way I live my life, American music, Western music, Japanese music, all kinds of live Western music and Japanese music, all kinds of other country music. And then they say, oh, they want to try me. We're observing you, we're investigating. At the same time, we try to play with your mind, to control your mind. At the same time, we work with China civilization to try to have 90% of the world population wear the earpiece and to create the illusion artificial world on everybody, but later they find as time goes by with machine providers, they find that whatever they do is not nonsense, like no sense, not so no sense. It's a no sense. And then in the end of the day, they find that all this is really if you are brainwashed program condition already self-sufficient, why need the false imagination and the physical injuries and everything? Then they are creating a beyond human. And at the end of the day, non-human, beyond human, one create two. The human are human. So human in that context, in that manner, then in that human. So people can, if they want to, they can create online games. So okay, I already said a lot already. Maybe I play my war robots. Don't say so much about it. I already said quite like in time when I need to run, but and again, rupees will be this 80 to 90 rupees.
Scheduled for later today. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Democratic President Joe Biden have been urging lawmakers from both sides of the divide to back the legislation, pass it into law before June 5th. That's when the Treasury predicts the government will run out of money to meet its obligations. Not all Republicans support it. They say the bill does not go far enough to curb the growth of the national debt.
This deal fails completely. And that's why these members and others will be absolutely opposed to the deal, and we will do everything in our power to stop it.
Not one Republican should vote for this deal. It is a bad deal. No one sent us here to borrow an additional $4 trillion to get absolutely nothing in return.
On the Democratic side, the White House says President Biden is having conversations with both progressive and moderate members of his party. Left-wing Democrats are unhappy that Mr. Biden agreed to any spending limits at all. White House budget chief urged both sides to back the legislation. The House Minority Leader warned against delays in getting the measure passed.
We're not interested in political gamesmanship. We're interested in avoiding a catastrophic default. Unfortunately, you have far too many extreme right Republicans here who are playing an inside game as opposed to doing what is right for the American people.
And ahead on Asia now. Get on the scale before your next international flight. Tell you why when this will be the new pre-flight check-in procedure on Air New Zealand. And later, Indonesia takes steps to protect pigs in Batam against the African swine fever virus.
This June, leap into a futuristic world where imagination, invention, and innovation become reality. What food will we eat in the future when all our resources run dry?
We are losing land.
Meet the modern day farmers in a race to feed the world.
I want to leave something good for the world.
Gain access to one of the world's busiest airports as we reveal the unseen world and unsung heroes of shipping. Inside Air Cargo. Is it game over for this once successful video gaming giant?
Japan kind of got caught in this trap.
Witness these major players level up and smash through obstacles in Japan's comeback game. This June on CNA.
Lives lost and homes destroyed. The military wants images of those beheadings and those arson attacks on villages to be spread far and wide. Another round of elections planned.
But that trust and the promise is not there.
How will the Myanmar crisis end? A special cultural edition tonight on CNA.
CNA's The Climate Conversations podcast is an honoree at the 27th Annual Webby Awards. With nearly 14,000 entries from 74 countries, this distinction puts CNA among the very best of the World Wine League.
What would convince a meat-eating population to switch to meatless alternatives?
Check out this and many more podcasts at cna.asia/listen. Also available on the CNA and Me Listen apps or wherever you get your podcasts.
Beneath the calm and normalcy is a nation at the crossroads. I'm May Wong, CNA, Bangkok.
With religious consciousness growing in Malaysia,
I was born a Muslim. Next is secondary.
will faith become a magnet for balance?
People will use and abuse religion just to get votes and power.
So they're using Islamic sentiment, religious sentiment as a way to make them more popular among the masses.
Religious populism and politics in Malaysia. Insight, Thursday on CNA.
The whole day I'm sitting there, there's no place to go. The assumption is that the homeless person might have done something wrong. It's a more complex issue. Welcome back. India's Home Minister has asked tribal leaders in Manipur for 15 days of peace. Amit Shah is in the northern eastern state seeking solutions to ethnic violence which erupted earlier this month. Mr. Shah has asked to have held talks with representatives from tribes and security forces. He has instructed the police and army to strictly deal with any violent activities. Local media says the Home Minister has promised to set up a judicial inquiry commission and compensate victims for loss of life and property. Tribal leaders say they have been assured of a political solution to the crisis and say they will maintain peace, but warn that the tribes will defend themselves if they are attacked. Ethnic violence began when members of the Kuki community held a rally against the Meitei group, which are bidding for guaranteed government jobs and other benefits, a move which could reduce opportunities for tribes people. Protests turned violent with militants attacking villages and burning houses. The Indian Army and paramilitary forces were called in to patrol the state. More than 70 people have been killed since the conflict began. India's top wrestlers have held off plans to throw their medals into the Ganges River. The wrestlers are demanding the resignation and arrest of their federation chief. They are accusing him of sexually harassing female wrestlers. He has denied the allegations. Tearful scenes at the protest, which is led by two female wrestlers, one an Olympic medalist and the other a world championship winner. A male Olympic medalist is also taking part in the protest. The wrestlers had initially planned to throw their medals into the river yesterday afternoon. Then they planned to go on an indefinite hunger strike at the Indian Gate, a war memorial in New Delhi. But now they're giving the government a few more days to take action. Indian police are investigating the allegations against Bhushan Sharan Singh, and he has been questioned in the case.
पाँच दिन का टाइम लिया और बच्चे पता नहीं क्या कदम उठा रहे इस तरह का या तो या आपात ही बैठक होकर हमें 2 ही घंटे में पता लगा तो हम बड़े जल्दी में यहाँ से आए बच्चों ने कोई नहीं पता बच्चे इतनी तोहिन मान रहे जो परसों की घटना है तो बहुत तोहिन है इसमें क्या बातचीत होगी क्या मीटिंग होगी आपको क्या होगी बातचीत क्या देखो सबकी सुधार तो नए बच्चे
Indonesia is developing a serum which can provide temporary immunity among pigs against the African swine fever virus. And this comes after an outbreak of the disease at the country's biggest pig farm in Batam led to the death of more than 150,000 of these animals.
This is Pulau Bulan, home to Indonesia's largest pig farm. It is capable of exporting more than 1,000 live pigs every day. But that changed in April when the African swine fever virus was detected on the island. Over 35,000 pigs have died from the disease. Workers also count some 119,000 hogs that share the same living quarters as the infected animals. Although very deadly among pigs, the disease does not infect humans or other animals. But locals living near Pulau Bulan are still feeling anxious. Residents as near as 200 meters away also say they are affected by the smell of buried pigs.
Dapat jangkit. Lagipun kami payah Pak kok makan karena bau kuat. Bau tidak tahan Pak, makanya busuk. Kan itu kan bukan kayak babi Pak, itu bangkai. Bangkai orang timbun babi kan. Itulah Pak busuk. Kami tidak kami tanam lagi mau bagus kan, jalan jauh sikit ke, kan? Sesama cari makan juga. Kami nak gugat Bang, tak bisa apa-apa Pak.
Indonesian officials are puzzled at the outbreak. No one lives on the 1,500-hectare island as it has been dedicated exclusively to farming. There are strict biosecurity measures in place and workers are sprayed with disinfectant before entering or leaving the facility.
Memang terus ditelusuri ya, maksudnya dari pihak Pulau Bulan terus secara internal mereka yang mana nih yang jebolnya sehingga saat ini mereka akan merubah sistem manajemen untuk kompartemen. Kalau rencananya, kalau awalnya saat ini satu pintu oleh semua kompartemen di satu pelabuhan, nanti rencananya satu kompartemen itu lengkap sama dengan pelabuhannya sehingga pada saat terjadi hanya satu itu.
Experts say the virus can be transmitted by wild animals such as birds, insects, and native wild boars. Today, only 50,000 pigs remain at the farm. Authorities say the outbreak has been contained, but customers in nearby Batam City, which is just a 10-minute boat ride away, are still apprehensive about pork coming from the island. Singapore, which depends on the farm for 15% of its pig imports, will also be looking elsewhere to fill the gap. Officials believe it could take a year before shipments from Pulau Bulan can resume.
Kita maunya secepatnya, tapi pengalaman dari beberapa wilayah seperti di Medan, di tempat lain yang kita lihat untuk pengendalian SFB ini memang membutuhkan waktu Mas, terutama kesiapan perusahaannya. Kepri itu kan setiap bulan sampai 1.000 ekor. Tentu perusahaan akan melakukan langkah-langkah pengendalian dulu terus memastikan populasinya cukup.
Meanwhile, authorities are trying to produce a serum from the blood of surviving pigs. The serum will contain antibodies which can provide short-term immunity against infection. They are also exploring potential vaccines for the disease.
And for more on how Pulau Bulan is dealing with the outbreak of the African swine fever, head over to our website, cna.asia. Now, before you catch a flight, your luggage is usually weighed at the airport when you check in. One major airline may now also ask you to step on the scale. Air New Zealand will be starting to weigh passengers for international flights from Auckland International Airport as part of a month-long survey.
It's quite straightforward, really. We have two sets of scales here. You stand on this one, and the team will get you to put your bags on this one. And on this side here, we've got a laptop, and the weights are captured, and then you're good to go.
The goal is to establish an average passenger's weight. These numbers are required by New Zealand's Civil Aviation Authority, Officials say they weigh everything that goes on the aircraft, from the cargo to the meals on board. And New Zealand says it will weigh 10,000 passengers so that pilots can better know the weight and balance of their planes before takeoff. The survey comes as health statistics show New Zealanders are becoming heavier, but passengers don't need to worry about weight shaming. The airline has assured that numbers won't flash up for all to see. In fact, the weight in data will remain anonymous even to airline staff.
It just goes straight into, as I say, into the computer. Nobody sees anything. On the screen over here, they literally put whether you're an adult or a child, and the computer captures it, and that's it. All done. You can carry on with the rest of your day.
Customers on Air New Zealand's domestic flight were asked to weigh in a couple of years ago. Some travelers are not too happy about being asked to step on the scale. It's a high price.
Kind of a bit discriminating, but insulting, to be honest.
A private SpaceX flight has successfully returned to Earth after its crew completed an 8-day research mission on board the International Space Station. The team includes a former NASA astronaut, a race car driver, and the first 2 Saudis to reach space. The team returned to Earth on the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. The ship parachuted into the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Florida. Officials say the crew endured a 12-hour return flight before plunging through Earth's atmosphere. The mission was organized by Axiom, a private space company. It was an historic moment for Saudi Arabia.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways. CNA Leadership Summit, Trust Matters, coming this July.
Hi, I'm Jermaine Tan. I'm Shada Harrison. I'm Naomi Young.
I'm Dinesh Balasingham, and welcome to On the Pulse, a new 8-part series on all aspects of health.
We'll dive right into a topic that most guys may not want to talk about, male infertility.
I'm going to find out more about a new COVID-19 immunity test kit.
Now your result is out. It's well above the cutoff.
That's great news. Many people are concerned about their guts. But really, do you know what goes on down there?
How does dementia develop in Asians?
Very real-life model.
Yes. Bone, author, cement.
You recalled all the words you wrote down.
Is there any reason for me to go gluten-free if I'm not gluten intolerant? No.
So is that your final answer? No.
Good. Oh, good.
Not so bad.
Watch On the Pulse on demand at cna.asia.
Headline news this hour. Confusion in South Korea and Japan as Pyongyang tried to launch its first space satellite. The rocket failed and crashed into the sea. Both the White House and South Korea's National Security Council called the launch a grave violation of UN resolutions and a serious provocation threatening the peace on the Korean peninsula. But the North said it plans to attempt a second launch as soon as possible. A war of words between the US and China, this time over an incident in the South China Sea. The Pentagon has accused a Chinese fighter jet of performing an aggressive maneuver near a US military aircraft that was flying over the region. Beijing has hit back, blaming Washington for the provocation and demanding that the US immediately stop sending planes and ships to spy on its activities in the South China Sea. Typhoon Mao barreling towards Japan's Okinawa Islands, bringing strong winds and heavy rain. The storm is expected to affect Japan over a long period because it is moving relatively slowly. But weather officials say the tropical cyclone appears to be weakening. It's not expected to make landfall in the country. And that's the latest from the CNA newsroom.
When you put anything in digital form, you are at risk for cyber attack.
The lockdown that scarred a generation.
सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि तालीम एक विंडो है कि पूरी कंप्लीट यूनिवर्स Pulau Senan became an island of terror.
And then we were burned alive, but very people want to help.
I ran to the king like hell. I think that this is new world, this water.
Our profession was music, and that profession was not welcome. If you could make almost anything, what would you do with that?
Real artificial intelligence, which will tell us which is the best embryo to implant. Over here, take the please.
Yeah.
Kalau lewat teman itu kayak ngerasa seneng banget sama diri sendiri.
Yeah, I will take one. You take one. You supervise.
It's tricky traveling horses because they're live animals. Some travel really well, some don't like it.
Come on, you're going.
Oh, come on now.
Britain, autumn 2021. The sun is out, tourists are back, and masks are no longer required in most places.
Life here just seems so normal now. It's really hard to imagine this country has had one of the world's worst COVID outbreaks. About 1 in 8 people has caught the virus. 138,000 people have died.
While everyone suffered in one way or another during the pandemic, one group has had to deal with an additional dose of vitriol. These are just 4 of the hundreds of attacks that took place in the early months of the COVID-19 outbreak on people of Chinese heritage. I usually spend a few weeks a year with my family in Britain until COVID made that impossible in 2020. The bridge and I
I changed my hanger. And some of the a lot of I get the free one. Oh my god, I got siren. I don't have siren before, so I have siren. So I'm so lucky to have siren. All this along the way they give me, so it's free. So I don't buy. what's the new I'm trying to let's see what this I need the key to this 600 meters. What is this? I know this is I know the keys. I don't know what is nice. Some of the weapons I have is free now. But it's like I said, sometimes I can test out different weapons. And so in this one, oh dragon, oh this one, I got how come there are so many along the way in the and I think I'll try the key. I know the key. A radiation gun. Shot this. A lot of all this I never keep up. Because I'm always play hunting. So next oh my god, it's all three in country. So interesting. So I'm only looking at it. So I say each and every one along the way have this upgrade on the base. I have lots of not gold but also the silver of level 6 and then try to change this. I don't sell it. Oh, okay. 45 battle bomb, baby army, 9 skill, that. Oh, it's no fun. I don't like. What's this? Hmm? How to get this one? We don't see. We send to buy. So, what is this natural? Actually, I don't spend so much. So this one is nuclear reactor. Yeah, but actually the one that is thermal. So I want to keep my honor. And then the next one, quantum radar. What is quantum radar? Not really a change. Check. Not loud. I'm still programming. I don't know what is this. So I have to set this. And have this advanced repair. So I can equip. I have lots of so I can destroy something. And then armor and then this one here. This one I'm trying to get two. Okay. That's it. So upgrade yes, but I can see that becomes skill. Long way of this it will take a very long time to increase the levels. But this one I can increase. But then amount is say level 4, 3, it's a upgrade this. And, the gold is actually very hard to get. Sometimes you buy, it's like $5, $2 get. So, but I don't know. Because sometimes depends on that. I just use up my silver for coming. So in time I may look for gold. But all this is, I don't use scrap. Because all these are free gift. So next one, I will have later. I have this separate or maybe from the end. And siren, I will have happy. Happy, I can remember being corrupt from this form of the shell. Architect is also very destructive. Serapis, Aries, Imperial Aries, all these are free. I don't scrap. Hot maybe hot, but I don't want everything. All these are really Hoover, all these Nemesis, Beach. I skip all the tapping deal. And you can actually buy it in. Let's look at the scope. I don't need to buy the other one, Angular. Angular I don't like. So you can have all this, it's not necessary. All these are lousy. Nostalgia, all these are still Money Shield, Hoover, then slot, all these are still. All these are unless you buy. So there's one actually, it's not the Skyros. I think that time all the spectral, when I like spectral, but I don't really like including Mars. I still remember Mars is I don't need American. RP also on sale. All this you need to get. Mini tier, I'm trying to get. So Blitz is on the and all this actually I should bring to all this Aries still Empress. So along the way I can workshop and Skyros and Mars also. So in time Angle also. So that's why I say I don't need to buy. So I maybe temporary use one of them. So maybe I use the what corrupt. Freedom I already have. Use specters. Corrupt. Just so I can play and then I'll keep improving. Example that time we have is this. So I have a different kind of goal or belief. Separate. No, is this separate? Oh, for now. For now it's revenue is quite a discount. Then it's just game. This one. I don't have the PT. What's PT? platinum. Sometimes they have offers, but I don't really need it. But it's actually the drone. Some people are really crazy for drones. So in the end, you have a medium, and then you have this is fantastic. Cylinders also. It throws you. It throws the kind of something like lockdown. Laser. The other one is maybe something freedom study, yes. All these are fantastic. It's kind of US culture, US culture. Spirit racer, I'm not very sure. Let's look at this one. I see. This is about 500 meters. So I see. Okay, it's nice. About 500 meters. Range is nice. He is hands up. So there are too many already. Yeah, but it's long distance. It's, all these are old. Storms, power, Oakland is so just give it a just use the oh, it's nice. This sculpture all parameters. This is a machine gun. Means 185 shotgun. Gaza, radius gun is one shot person. This shot for me. Okay, let's try this one. And I don't know how this. I don't know how it's going to be. Yeah, let's upgrade. Live streaming. So 4,000. So next modules. Maybe not necessarily. So forget about it. Repair unit change to advanced repair unit. Actually, lockdown is good, but I might just try for defense and good defense. Here, and pistol. Upgrade. So, gold is the worst that you need to upgrade. And then we switch one. Which you need to get lots of gold, but not necessarily. Sometimes they give you free. So yeah, if I'm in Vietnam, it's not fun because if I'm in this internet email cap, I don't really like. For me to have more rest. So let's see. What we feel like some modules. So I don't know how to update. So along the way it's wiki. The modules you can choose. So you say only one hanger is good. Yeah, if you have extra, you can just try out with them. Right now, I can ship, but I don't want because I want to assemble my team. That kind of situation. And then after that, the next one will be more like I don't know which one. I can after you. And, but I said in the end of the day, all these are strict. I don't know why all suddenly all the weapons are strict. Real babies, Raven. Raven, I'm actually trying to spread this one. So Raven is not used. Yeah, Raven slot. These three all slots. Oh, you have to fill in all the slots before you so those things like that I don't have. So maybe in time I'll add. Because there's I don't have. So that one I just leave it. I just play and then that one. Okay, so my hanger is two still missing and my this one also. I have this one 56 of them. And then I have Arthur, Olin, Arthur. So I can have Arthur, there's I can have store, keep, I believe, Minos,
Hello everyone, very welcome and stakeholder dialogue session that concludes the fourth Trade and Technology Council. And as Swedish Minister for Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade, I am very pleased to report today. And we can look forward to a very interesting event with two topical panel discussions. The first panel will focus on furthering the green transition through the transatlantic marketplace. And the topic of the second panel will be perspectives on large AI models. So together, these two panels, they will cover both trade and technology aspects. And I will be moderating the first discussion, and Dr. Andrea Renda of the Center for European Policy Studies will moderate the second panel discussion. And in order to hear as much as possible from our distinguished panel, I suggest that we begin the discussions straight away. And as you can see, we have a very high-level panel here today from the United States government, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, and the United States Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Pine. And the European Commission is represented by Executive Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager, and Commissioner Perry Vilmont. And of course, representing stakeholders from both sides of the Atlantic, we have Henrik Lexén from the European Environmental Bureau. We have Antoine Ogier from the Green Trade Network, Peter Carlson from Northvolt, and Mettler from Breakthrough Energy. We have Samantha Smith of the AETAL CIO, and Marjorie Shorlins of the US Chamber of Commerce. So the theme of this panel is very wide, furthering the green transition through the transatlantic marketplace. We can talk about that for hours, but I would like the discussion here today to focus on three different aspects. First of all, the transatlantic marketplace as a backbone of sustainable and resilient, secure, and diversified supply chains. I also hope to cover key incentives for transatlantic decarbonization efforts, and of course also an innovative and clean technology-driven transatlantic marketplace. And in order to hear as much as possible from our stakeholders representatives, we will begin here today by brief statements from three TTC principals, followed by statements from each of the stakeholders. And I also hope that you will be able to spend some time on an open discussion among all the
cameras. So I would like to give the floor now to European Commission Executive Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis. Valdis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the panelists. Well, first of all, we are happy to get leader, representative of the industrial revolution for the automotive and sustainable growth. It's very happy that we discuss how we see that possibly driving countries moving forward. Both European and the United States are committed to fight climate change, and trade council and most important that's also important. Great example of multidisciplinary platform that works on digital and trade. So something that is simple. If we are to maintain global leadership and prevail in standard setting in today's global climate, the EU and the US cannot work without two separate green markets emerging on each side of the Atlantic. So we can very much more by working together to promote fair, competitive, innovative environment where companies, workers, and consumers can thrive, and also resilient environment that understand sudden shocks or ruptures in supply chains. So the transatlantic initiative on sustainable industry built long-lasting bilateral engagement for promoting more integrated and resilient transatlantic marketplace and to reduce trade in accelerating these by defining ambitious work program for transatlantic sustainable trade, we want to show that trade policy can make a significant and mutually reinforcing contribution for the green transition for and US. And actually, this work program is one of the major results that we can get in this scale. But basically, it revolves around using the marketplace, taking steps
Simple.
of supply chains and
Oh my God, it's not easy matter.
Godlike? Come on. Tight Slayer, there it is. Holy. Here we go. Boom suppressed. Time to die. Crushed him, Titan Slayer.
It's time to try out the big man Rook. This thing I am terrified of, and I think everyone should be, because this is like the ultimate tank Titan, and now we're here to use it on the live server. So remember, it has two abilities. Castling, which is the first one, which is when you go in the air, you hover, and then you hit your ability again, you pretty much dash at enemies, and you suppress them and deal damage. And then you also suppress them 75%. And the second one is shield replacement. So if you hit the button, your shield blow up, but then you heal up to 35%, and then your shields regenerate. So kind of a cool ability, but it might be overpowered. So we have one onslaught, double Titan repair amps, and one grand balance reactor. And I know stacking Titan repair amps, it doesn't give you more healing, but it allows you to stack the healing effects faster. And then Stellar Evora, Stellar Veyron, double abilities, tons of HP, base HP 753,000. We also have this Reaper Seraph, which I want to try, because I did try out the Reaper yesterday on the Crisis, and it was crazy, so check that out. Let's go. All right, here we go. We're going to charge up the Rook first. We're going to charge up the Rook. Let's start with a Harpoon Scorpion. Okay, all right. Oh, I have an Armadillo on this Scorpion. I probably should have switched that to like a whiteout or Kestrel. Okay, they're gonna push the gap and go. I think it's a Nether. I think it's a Nether, maybe. No links. Oh, spaceship, nerd. That guy doesn't know how to read. All right, I don't know how to read either though. Whoa, okay, he's got claws. Is it a Sky Rose? Yep, it is. Oh, lasers. Here we go with Death Mark. Got him killed. Let's see if we can grab the beacon real quick. That's the Lynx. Oh, it's a Lynx. That's the guy who was trying to kill before. Oh, he triggered the last stand. That's the guy who was trying to kill me before I'm going to teleport on him. 2-1. I mean, stealth. Oh my gosh, the phase shift completely ruined us. Oh, we're going down. Okay, he died pretty fast. They have 4 players there. Okay, let's go Demeter. Actually, maybe I should have gone Seraph. Yeah, probably should. Oh, you're controlling most of the map, but we do have the two, arguably the 2 most important needs. Or one of the most. Oh boy. Okay, this guy's going straight through our shield, so it's gonna be tough. Wait, there we go. Come on. Man, that phase shift is super effective. Okay, he's dead. Locked down right now. Who's oh, that guy in the back? Bro, what are you doing, man? Stop shooting at me. Go get an egg McMuffin, bro. Okay, he's got 2 weapons. I'm sleeping. Oh, they're grabbing the gap. You can. I'm gonna teleport that guy on my team. No, don't run from me. Don't run. He's running away from me. Our Titan's almost charged up here. I get out of there. Here we go. Okay, we're firing. We're firing. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we almost got him. You guys finish him off. Take him down. Take him down, boys. We're gonna get target malfunction here. Yeah, right. And I'm gravity amp as well. Oh, okay. He's dead. Gravity amp to target malfunction. What a fantastic time. All right.
Oh my god.
Oh, Minos. That is a Minos. Sir, that is a Minos. They're dropping the Titans. I might die here. Actually, I'm just going to go easy shield. We lost weapon. Okay. I'm switching. Actually, let's drop in the back. Okay, I'm going to drop in the brook here. Here we go. Okay, so 950,000 HP. Let's see how this thing performs. I am terrified of this. Okay, so I haven't used the rocket actually in a long time. I haven't used it in like 3 weeks, so I gotta get used to this thing. Let's go up here. Go up 350 meter range. Boom, 100 meter blast. Okay, smoked him. Smoked him. Notice the suppressant tube for the ability. If I just hit my shields, and now we're gonna heal back up. Nice. So remember, for each shield that you destroy on yourself, you get a certain amount of HP healing, up to 35%. 35% healing is pretty decent. You do have to sacrifice the shield. They come back super fast as well. Actually, I'm gonna focus with this guy. Oh, bro, I just got blocked. Oh, stupid rook is too tall. Blocked. Gone, tight flare. All right, we're cooking, we're cooking. Drop the shields, I'm gonna heal up here. Actually, I'm already kind of healed. Another Minos, another Minos. Well, I should not have fired. He is reflector up there. Okay, let's go up. And boom, suppressed. Got him, tight flare. I'm gonna go right to the home beacon. We got a 4 cap, we got a 4 cap. Okay, remember, this is pretty much a giant shell bot, so we gotta make, you really wanna make use of those physical shields. They block a lot of damage. Oh, Indra incoming. Okay, our I just had a stroke, double Titan repair amp, so kick it in now. He's suppressed. Oh, he's using his ability. Double Indras, double Indras. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. Okay, there's one. We gotta reload though. We gotta reload. Oh, he's gonna take us down. My ability's almost ready. He's ready. Oh, we missed him with the suppressant. Now he's suppressed. Oh, come on! Oh my gosh. He's in his phase shift thing again. Gravity amp. Godlike. Come on, come on. Titan Flare, there it is. Holy. We're still alive, and we still have a 642,000 HP. And the shields never die. You can just keep reviving your shields. Okay, now we're gonna godlike. And how many Titans did we kill? We killed 2 Indras, and I think 2 me. We killed 4 Titans with a Rook in our first game. That's kind of wild. Man, it's so weird because it's not like it has one ability that's crazy overpowered. It's just all the things combined make it so hard to kill. 7.1 million damage, 6 beacons. It looked like we were gonna die like 3 or 4 separate times. But then the Titan repair amps kicked in, the shields regenerated and healed us, and we suppressed enemies. Top of the second game, game 2. Let's go. Alright. Alrighty, let's go with this. We didn't use this Seraph at all last game. So yesterday we used the 4 Reaper Crisis. I recommend you check that out because that was freaking absurd. But let's see how this could go. Whoa! That was just 2 Reaper. This is just 2 Reaper. Okay, there's a bit of damage.
Sometimes they take some time to.
It's some sort of behemoth. I don't know what he's running. Is this? Bro, is this still happening? Since the update dropped, this stupid teleporter is bugged on this map. See how it looked like I was going to go through it, then it just stopped? It's a stupid bug. Classic bugs. Oh, it's a speeder behemoth? Oh, it got stuck. It's got stuck. Oh, it got locked. Oh boy, oh boy. He's shredding us up. He is shredding us up. Stop shooting at me, pancake boy.
Oh, they are defending now very good.
Atomic pickle. Get away from my weapons. You get it? Yes, got him. Can move. I'm gonna hit my my work is not ready yet. Man, I gotta say the Reaper, they deal a lot of damage with 2 of them, but it's a lot more reasonable, I'd say, than like 4 on Crisis. And still, I still think the ability to go through every defense system is just no. Why couldn't they make it like just force fields? Because then there would be a counter to force fields double kill. Uh-oh. Reload. The 7 seconds seems a lot longer when you're running 2 Reaper. Okay, he's dead. Actually, our Rook is charged up. Let's try to load up our mothership real quick. Let's load him up. Is it a Skyros or a Fenrir? Okay, now let's finish. This guy's, look at this. He's trying to take B and C. We're going to drop in right on him. And he's crapped his pants. All right. Imagine if you're about to get a beacon and then somebody just drops it on Rook and you have like 10% HP left when you type it. Instant crappage of pants. All right. The speed isn't great, but it doesn't really need to be great when you can dash like that in the sky. Oh, is my team mad? No. Okay. Oh, okay. It worked that time. Something's wrong with that teleporter. I'm gonna try to move in on this Sharanga. Oh, okay. All right, he exiled us. Well, we can stay up here for a while. Here we go. Boom, suppressed. Time to die. Crushed him, Titan Slayer. Oh, Indra. They're bringing in their Titans. Okay, I'm just gonna heal up right now, get my shield back. Boom.
You can always try.
Got it, Titan Slayer. This is madness. This is madness. Kind of launch it. I guess this guy.
Oh.
Double suppressed.
3. Oh my god, only 3 only. I only have 3.
I don't think anyone can kill us. I literally don't think anyone on this enemy team
uh,
can kill us unless they drop in multiple Titans at once. 1v1. This might be the best robot or Titan in the game. Luchador, alright.
Can be a DB here. I have a DB.
Okay, suppressed him.
So,
He dropped the shields. We're gonna regenerate here in a sec. Okay, we're regenerating. Shield. Here we go. This is close. We got him, Titan Flare. Ooh, we just smoked the Luchador, man. That was absurd too. Come on, Titan. Got him, suppressed. Titan Flare. This is okay. This is too much. This is too much, kids. We're macking them out. We're like in their spawn right now. We're in their freaking spawn. Okay, that's a 4-cap. That's gonna be game. Okay, we just played 2 games in their pretty long games, and we didn't die once with the Rook Titan. So that tells you how powerful it is, and it's so annoying. I still have to try out the Ether, but they nerfed the Ether, and then they just made the most powerful Titan ever. 8.2 million damage, 3 beacons. Man, why would... It's too strong. I mean, obviously it's too strong. They have to dial back, make the abilities longer, nerf the HP on it, and make the cooldown for the shield regeneration longer too. But there it is. Rook is gonna smash the meta easy.
Oh my god.
Cheese me.
I don't know. Lost game. Because I have so many Oh my god, is it so far? One can move, one cannot move. Oh my god, how much is this? Ambush. Maybe a good. Oh, what is this? It's not good. Oh, weapons are good. Oh my god, long distance. Oh my god. What is it? Oh my god. Got stuck there. Three against. Oh, not really yet. That is just. Who's already got
Come on! Living legend!
Raven.
This one! Another one! Oh my god, he's so close to dying.
What's up, friends of the good food? This is my
Yeah,
name.
this one
Welcome to the
Reaper.
Reaper Jäger. What an awesome sounding name, and it also plays really well too. However, there are better setups to play the Reaper on. For example,
have
the
some of
Crisis
the
Robot, the Behemoth, right?
components.
But we have seen so many videos of the Crisis Robot and this weapon, so I thought, hey, let's test this new weapon on a robot we haven't seen it used so much here on this channel, and that would be the Yak. Also, this is a giveaway. 200 Nether robots are being given away here. And if you want to participate, then A, subscribe to this channel if you haven't done it yet, and B, write your comment down below in the comment section with your ID and the platform you play on, iOS, Android, Steam, PC, and so on.
Yeah, Space Farm. Oh my god. I'm talking about Space Farm.
Stars.
Let's talk about Space Farm.
And in the 20th century, determination and technology brought space within reach.
Space is going to be ubiquitous in our economy. We can't run away from the space industry.
そういったその地球上での食の問題、資源の問題、QOL の問題、クオリティオブライフの問題ですね。
Now, space might just help humankind survive.
By doing something in space and making it robust there, we're actually preparing it for Earth and making something that can last into the future.
Oh god.
The Netherlands is one of Europe's smallest nations. But despite limited land, the Dutch mastered agriculture. Only the United States exports more food. Research and innovation enable Dutch farmers to make the most of limited resources. The science behind those advances largely emerged here at Wageningen, southeast of Amsterdam. The city's university is the country's premier agricultural institute and the scene of cutting-edge food study. Professor Wieger Wamelink grows crops as if he was farming in space. He plants green beans, potatoes, and other food crops in a custom mixed soil that mimics the chemical and physical properties of the soil on Mars.
If you see here, we compare the green bean. This one is on Mars salt simulant. This is on Earth control. You can see it looks more or less the same, but the Earth control is still on potting soil a bit bigger, and you're seeing lots more roots. And that's very obvious. So the harvest on Earth potting soil is still higher, but this one also forms nice green beans. So we have a harvest, but well, this is still a little bit less, and we want to improve that so that's the same. We've got over 25 different crop species that we can grow at the moment. The potatoes, for instance, they are doing very well. They look like normal potatoes, no different from what you would harvest on your field. So they're doing very well at the moment, as long as you manure them. And so we need some kind of manuring, because we are lacking nitrate and ammonia in the soil, essential for plant growth. And as long as we can provide the plants with that, then it's going very well.
This manure is human waste. Composting converts it into safe, nutrient-dense fertilizer. Wamelink's student, Rab, oversees the so-called pea and poo experiment.
The Martian regolith mixes some components like nitrogen or available phosphorus, and therefore we thought, okay, we can bring that as well to Mars to potentially colonize. But if you bring stuff like that, it means you use space in the aircraft that can be used for other stuff. So why don't we use something that we already have? And that can be seen in human excreta, urine, and feces, for example, are filled with nutrients that plants can use. And this is what we try to do with this experiment.
We're going to use on Mars our own poo and pee. My grandfather, I still remember, did that. So once a year, he was emptying the hole in the ground he had, where it was all collected, was putting that on his garden, and when we came,
Maybe still look out to attack me. What's wrong? What really? What really is wrong? What really is wrong? What's the job?
To reducing our
Oh my god. 2 only out of so many rules. So sad. It's a little bit only. Okay, it's working. Stop.
Okay. Most welcome to this press conference, and most welcome to Luleå. Luleå.
Rosie.
Right now, we are, as we all know, at F-21, an Air Force wing in northern Sweden. While we are here, the Arctic Challenge exercise, the ACE, is taking place at F-21 as well. Both Swedish-made Gripen fighters and American-made F-16s can be seen operating in the air during the ACE. The north of Sweden is geographically very important for the Swedish armed forces, as it provides strategic depth for us and for our neighboring countries. The Russian border is actually a 6.5 hours drive from here. Filling the territorial gap in the north would be one of Sweden's many security contributions to NATO when we join the alliance. On that note, let me express my deep appreciation for the United States' support for Sweden's NATO accession. That means a lot to us. We've applied for NATO membership because we realize we need to defend freedom and democracy together, but also because we want to bring our own capabilities to common use. As a member, Sweden will be a security provider to the entire alliance. During our meeting, the Secretary and I have, of course, discussed the most acute security threat to our part of the world, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. For Sweden and for the Swedish EU presidency, supporting Ukraine is a top priority. I'm very grateful for and impressed by the strong US commitment and the US leadership of this big operation. It really proves the importance of transatlantic cooperation. We also discussed the challenges and opportunities from new technology, issues that also will be discussed between the EU and the US in the trade and technology taking place in Luleå today and tomorrow. Green transition, innovation, and the tech industry, including 6G, are areas where two nations like Sweden and the US have very many common interests and common concerns as well. And we should and we could work even closer together. In northern Sweden, we show in practice how innovation, growth, and green transition can go hand in hand. Here, Sweden has unique natural resources, rare earth metals, and by tradition, cheap, reliable, and fossil-free electricity, not least thanks to hydropower. In January this year, it was announced that Europe's largest deposit for rare earth metals is in Kiruna, just some 350 kilometers from here. That's pretty close, if you ask the locals. And it shows that Sweden has a bright future as a mining nation, increasingly important again to the green transition. I'm happy to conclude that the relations between Sweden and the United States are very strong, with plenty of potential for deepening cooperation, both as bilateral partners and as future.
Video.
Prime Minister, thank you so much. Thank you for the very, very good meeting that we had. Thank
So I
you for
said,
the
use the
wonderful
medic.
hospitality here. I am grateful to be here to be with you and also our colleagues from the European Union as we engage in the fourth round of the Trade and Technology Council meetings that will start actually tonight with dinner, but then full force tomorrow. But we're in Sweden and then on to Norway and Finland at a critical time for our countries and our time of historic strategic convergence between the United States and partners across Europe. And I think, without speaking for you, Prime Minister, I think we both have that shared assessment of this convergence on the most important issues of our time. The United States and Sweden are working more closely together than ever on a wide variety of shared interests. Ukraine, Sweden's NATO accession, our bilateral security partnership, and indeed, here in Luleå, as you've heard, Sweden just hosted the Arctic Challenge Exercise 23, joined by the United States and NATO. The climate crisis, where Sweden is a leading partner in the First Movers Coalition, something we saw firsthand today, and our efforts to ensure that the Arctic remains a region free from conflict, where nations act responsibly and in accordance with international law, and economic development and investment take place in a sustainable, secure, and transparent manner. Tomorrow, as noted, we are going to build on the progress that we've made. As the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, the U.S. Trade Representative, Catherine Tai, and I join our European Union counterparts for the fourth meeting of the US-EU TTC, the Trade and Technology Council. It is very fitting that we meet here in Luleå. This city is a model for so much of the work that we've been doing and we've been focused on through the TTC, from eliminating emissions in carbon-intensive industries to reducing our dependencies on unreliable or autocratic countries, to the minerals that are used for products essential to our prosperity and security. Over the past 2 years, the TTC has enabled the United States and the European Union to push together, make up nearly 40% of world GDP, to align and shape a collective, affirmative economic and technological future that advances the values that we share, that bolsters our competitiveness, and that delivers tangible results to the people that we represent on both sides of the Atlantic. At tomorrow's meeting, we'll focus on how to ensure that new and emerging technologies heard from the Prime Minister, like AI, like quantum, like 6G, enhance our competitive edge, benefit our citizens, and uphold democratic principles. We'll continue to work on our supply chains and on accelerating the green transition, a great example of which we saw earlier today. We'll also discuss our joint efforts to address economic coercion and non-market economic policies and practices. The work that we've done over the past 2 years, including on export controls, has been critical to our efforts to ensure that Russia's invasion of Ukraine remains a strategic failure. Tomorrow, we'll announce new actions that build on the export controls on the technology that's found in Iranian drones used to target Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure, to counter Russian misinformation and disinformation, to protect human rights defenders online. Then Foreign Minister Billström and I will both travel to Oslo for the NATO Foreign Ministers Meeting. As we prepare for the Leaders Summit in Vilnius, we're continuing to make sure that our alliance is stronger, more united, and better positioned to navigate the changing environment, from Putin's aggression in Europe to the PRC challenge to risks in space and cyberspace.
Sweden, again and again, has proven its commitment to NATO, to its values, to its mission, to its members. A strong, vibrant democracy with highly capable forces that have been working shoulder to shoulder with NATO members for years, for decades. It is fully dedicated to upholding the commitments that underpin our alliance, including Article 5. By joining NATO, Sweden undertakes a commitment to the security of every other ally. No one should doubt that commitment. And of course, every other ally be committed to Sweden's security. We will continue to work to complete Sweden's accession by the time our leaders gather in Vilnius for the NATO summit. Just days after President Putin invaded Ukraine, Sweden moved swiftly to provide assistance, the first time it's delivered lethal assistance since it came to Finland's aid in the Winter War going back to 1939. Sweden has provided approximately $2 billion of military, humanitarian, and economic support to Ukraine. It's welcomed nearly 50,000 refugees from Ukraine, providing pathways not only to have access to public services, but also to work, to study, which they want to do so they can contribute to their communities here and ultimately to their communities back home in Ukraine. And in its role as EU President, Council of the President of the Council of the EU, Sweden has overseen the EU's 10th sanctions package, launched on the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. It's also overseen a landmark agreement to jointly procure ammunition for Ukraine, and has set up a process to investigate how frozen Russian assets can be used to rebuild it. So, Mr. Prime Minister, on so many fronts, as we were discussing, in challenging times, the most important thing is to have close allies, close partners, close friends. The United States could not ask for a closer partner and friend, soon a closer ally in Sweden. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That is very
There are still two countries blocking the Swedish NATO application, and is the U.S. willing to add more pressure to these countries in order to speed up the process?
Thank you. So the accession process is just that.
Wow.
It's a process. And in fact, when you look at this in historic terms, it's moved remarkably rapidly with Finland's accession and very soon Sweden's accession. Through that process, individual members of the alliance bring up issues of concern to them. And of course, Turkey has done that over the last months. And I think it has rightly focused attention on some of its security concerns that both Sweden and Finland have taken remarkable steps to address. Important ones. So I think it's to Turkey's credit that it's able to focus all of the alliance on some of these concerns. But it's to Sweden's credit, as well as Finland's credit, that they've taken concrete action to address those concerns. From the perspective of the United States, the time is now to finalize Sweden's accession. Again, it's taken very significant steps to address very legitimate concerns. And I think in terms of its own qualifications for membership, they want it's qualified precisely because it's been such a long time partner for NATO, of course, the European Union, and with values that are fundamentally the same. So we look forward to this process being completed in the weeks ahead. We have no doubt that it can be, and it should be, and we expect it.
Question goes to Mr. Ryan.
I'd also like to ask about the Sweden NATO accession issue. First, for you, Mr. Prime Minister, have you or any of your advisors been in touch with the Turkish government since with Erdogan or his team since his re-election? And do you have any indications that Turkey is now ready to approve Sweden's accession to NATO? Or are they asking you to take additional steps? And I know your government is about the benefits that NATO accession will bring to both Sweden and NATO, but what do you think it says about NATO and its ability to provide a strong deterrent that, one or two members of NATO have the ability to hold up the enlargement for over a year. And then you, Mr. Secretary, President Biden yesterday suggested that there could be some sort of arrangement linking Turkish approval of Swedish accession bid to the provision of F-16 to Turkey. Do you have any indications that Turkey will now relent on Sweden's NATO accession now that the election is over? And do you have any indications that key lawmakers in the United States will now supply Turkey with F-16? And then also on the Turkish election, forgive me, given the track record of Erdogan's government regarding rule of law, democracy, and inclusivity, are you concerned that conditions around those things might deteriorate further in Turkey following the election? Since, arguably he might see that as see the results of the election as a validation of his approach.
Well, first, of course, obviously, we have several contacts also after the election runoff last Sunday. So we have contacted our Turkish counterpart on this specific issue. So, just to reiterate what I said before, I mean, we have always known two things. One is we have a memorandum of Albania, and the very final part of that is actually being put into force June 1st. That is the day after tomorrow, when the new piece of legislation actually in counterterrorism. And that's an important step, and thereby we have done what we told our Turkish friends, and within the framework of the trilateral memorandum, very, very important. We acknowledge the fact that they have good reason to have concerns on how other countries help them to protect themselves. But on the other side, at the same time, we have always recognized the fact that every NATO ally has to make its own decision. And they to make their own decisions. We fully respect that. So that's basically it. Now we wait for that.
Your question. First, let me just say, it is appropriate that every ally have a clear say in session and members, because it comes down to Article 5. Each member is making a solemn commitment to every other member that it will join in coming to the defense if they are the victims of regression. And so it's important that every member have its say in this process. And as I said earlier, by historic terms, this has been remarkably rapid. We believe that it's now. With regard to Sweden's accession and the F-16s, these are distinct issues. Both, though, are vital to European security. Or to be clear about compliance profoundly in the interest of the alliance, the United States, to have Sweden as a formal ally in NATO. And as I said, we expect that process to be completed in the weeks ahead. But we know that our alliance will be stronger, and we will be better off when that process is finalized. And so we urge both Turkey and Hungary, which is also not yet ratified, to ratify the accession as quickly as possible. There is no reason for any time. Right now, now, with regard to the F-16s, our administration has been very clear. We believe it's important that we have the F-16s, the F-16 upgrade, as a critical member of the NATO alliance, to make sure that we are operating at the highest standards of the alliance, that they're fully interoperable with every other ally. This too is in the interest of the United States, and that's why we brought this forward for consideration. It's equally true that there are members of Congress who feel strongly, and while we are not leading into issues, I say we, the Biden administration, some members of Congress are. They are linking Sweden's accession to NATO to moving forward on the F-16s. Congress is a fully equal and independent branch of government. Their voice and their vote in any such decisions, of course, is critical. But from our perspective, we believe that both should go forward and should go forward as quickly as possible. That is to say, Sweden's accession and moving forward on the FCC package. More broadly, as always, we're focused on the actions of any given government, any given partner, not on hypotheticals about the future. We remain focused on our actions.
Next question goes to TT News Agency.
Just to follow up on the NATO question, the NATO meeting in Vilnius is only 6 weeks away. What do you say the odds are, the chances are that you will see Sweden as a member of NATO before the meeting takes place? And sort of like a follow-up on that, if the process will be further delayed, with that, what might the consequences be for Sweden as well as for NATO?
Do you have a bet on this, or are you thinking of putting? I don't have any inside information that I could or would share. Look, as I said, we believe the time is now, and there is no reason for not moving forward. As I said before, as the Prime Minister has expressed very eloquently, Turkey has raised important, legitimate concerns. Sweden and Finland both address those concerns, and so the time to move forward is now. We'd like to see that happen before the Vilnius summit, but again, I can't put and won't put odds on it. What I can say is this: we and our allies are both committed to and well positioned to help Sweden address its security needs, irrespective of whether accession happens tomorrow or in 2 weeks or a few weeks after that. We've been clear that we will not tolerate any aggression against Sweden, no matter its actual status. Secretary of Defense Austin was here recently, and I think he very clearly reaffirmed that point. We have a deep existing partnership that is literally being exercised, as the Prime Minister said, right now through Arctic Challenge 23. I think that's further evidence of the fact that we are working extremely closely together, and as partners, and soon formal allies, we're ready for any contingency.
And the final question from the Wall Street Journal.
For Secretary Blinken, speak to how close do you think the U.S. and European approaches to China are right now? What do you hope to see from Europe in addressing concerns about non-market practices and export controls? And also, how big do you think the gap is between what the EU talks about in terms of de-risking and what is often referred to in the U.S. about decoupling? And sorry if I can ask the question again. Just for the Prime Minister, it's on the same topic. It seems there's significant debate from member states over how to redefine Europe's relationship with China. So what's your view on the Commission's proposal for outbound investment screening, and how likely do you think that member states will seek an agreement on moving forward with that?
Thank you very much. So I think, and Prime Minister and I had an opportunity to discuss this at some length. For both the United States and Europe, and indeed for countries in all parts of the world, the relationship with China is among the most consequential, as well as one of the most complex that we have. And we've been very clear about what we're for and also what we're not for. We are not looking for a new Cold War. We're not looking to contain China. We are looking to make sure that we're upholding our interests and our values in that relationship, and that we're managing it responsibly. I think there's a demand signal from countries around the world that both China and the United States manage the relationship responsibly, that we take every reasonable step to make sure that the competition that we're in does not veer into conflict. And one of the reasons that President Biden and President Xi agreed when they met in Bali last year to strengthen our lines of communication was precisely to that end, as well as seeing if, when it's in our mutual interest and in the interest of others, there are areas where we can actually strengthen cooperation. In my 30 years or so of doing this, I have not seen a time actually when there is greater convergence between the United States and Europe as well as with key partners in Asia on the approach to China. I think you see that reflected in what key leaders in Europe are saying, including just today, the Prime Minister discussing this issue, but I'll let him speak for himself. The work that we're doing with the EU through the Trade and Technology Council. The recent speech by President von der Leyen, which I think could very much have been an expression of our own policy. And when you look at it, I think what you've seen over the last couple of years is that increasing convergence. Both the United States and Europe, I think, believe that, again, this relationship is an important one, one that we seek to sustain, but with our eyes wide open. And so both the United States and Europe are not in favor of decoupling, but we are in favor of de-risking. And you've heard that from the leadership on both sides of the Atlantic. But not only have you heard that, you've actually seen that in practice through the Trade and Technology Council, as well as other work that within the European Union. You're seeing country after country put in place investment screening mechanisms, not for the purpose of stopping Chinese investment, but for making sure that in discrete areas, industries, companies, geographic areas where that investment could pose a challenge or to our security, we have the appropriate mechanisms in place. We're now talking about, as well, in very discrete ways, looking at outward investment to make sure that it's not going to support developments in China that can pose a threat to our security. We're working more closely together than ever on building supply chain diversification and resilience, with the EU putting in place early warning systems for disruptions in the supply chain, as well as diversifying. Again, we're coming together to do that. You see it as well in the collaboration that we've had on export controls, not for the purpose of cutting off trade with or supplies to China of technology, but again, in very discrete areas where that technology may go to, for example, help China develop what is an opaque nuclear weapons program, or other things that could pose a threat to our security, or challenges to our values like surveillance technology. Well, we're taking appropriate measures.
Well, as I said, I don't know what they're laughing. Because it's a mental disease that we got people to believe when they use it. Maybe they just pretend to say that I shouldn't. I'm just watching the news only. I also don't know what's going on about America and Sweden. Oh, I know maybe they want the rare earth minerals and maybe some trade or whatever, or business or whatever. Whatever things going on. I just don't involve in the okay, so since they want to make you watch next time, tomorrow, maybe I see the Chinese, the Chinese going on the news. I see the Chinese news. And sometimes they say they always use the Chinese for the because at the end of this, they also and sometimes listen to the Chinese news, sometimes not, because when you use the Chinese civilization, you always use the Chinese to threaten you. So remember to watch the China news. Remember to watch the China news. And then they want me to use two hands. Maybe I don't know. But again, like I said, in the end of the day, maybe they look at that way. I really don't know what's going on. All I can say is that the China civilization, something wrong with them. I think most likely they are over-dependent on stuff like that. Yeah, I think they because of this. So I just so I don't know. Maybe they say want to use this. I think they have kind of a lot of ambition. The hypnotic drive is what I think most likely. Yeah, this ambition to try to say when you hold things use two hands. And many other people, they maybe really go to hold two hands and all this. But in the end of the day, I'll look at it that in the end, it's just their own negative personal ambition. So maybe I just I mean, why don't they work on themselves as using the same person? Something wrong with them, what they might do right. What they are doing, why don't they ask this and now use two hands? Yeah, fucking use. They are the ones that wants to use it. So they, if the United device don't want everybody to use two hands, then they should use it on themselves, because on themselves. Because it's not victims, they are being victimized in this. Only one use two hands.
国际方面，我们来聚焦俄乌局势。当地时间的5月30号清晨，俄罗斯首都莫斯科遭遇无人机的袭击。那针对这一事件，各方有什么样的表态？莫斯科的遇袭又会对俄乌局势的走向产生什么样的影响呢？接下来我们共同来聚焦。俄罗斯的国防部30号发布的消息说呢，当天一共有8架乌克兰的无人机袭击了莫斯科，其中的5架是被俄罗斯的防空系统击落了。有3架被电子战略系统压制，并且失去了控制。那失去控制的无人机呢，坠落在多处多层住宅建筑上。俄罗斯总统普京表示，俄罗斯的防空系统工作目前正常，他们将会对这种挑衅行为予以回应。而乌方则表示，他们跟此事没有直接的关系。
俄罗斯总统普京当天在接受俄罗斯24频道采访时表示，俄罗斯的防空系统工作正常，尽管还有需要改进的地方。他表示，乌克兰政府选择了恐吓俄罗斯人民这条路，俄罗斯将对这种挑衅行为予以回应。普京还确认，俄罗斯几天前对乌克兰军事情报指挥部进行了打击，无人机袭击莫斯科就是乌方对这一打击的回应。俄罗斯外交部当天也针对无人机袭击莫斯科一事发表声明，强烈谴责乌方袭击莫斯科的企图，并称俄方就这一恐怖袭击保留采取回应措施的权利。乌克兰总统办公室顾问波多利亚克30号表示，乌方与当天发生的无人机袭击莫斯科事件没有直接关系。当地时间30号清晨，莫斯科遭无人机袭击，部分居民被疏散，没有人员严重受伤，有2人寻求救助，不需进入。
Poster dunk or the half-court floor launch. Choose your finalist for top play of the year. We'll be back next week with another set of 3 to meet the winner of this vote.
Here are the Nuggets unloading from the team bus earlier, anxious to get down to business with this road battle looming. Welcome, everybody. Alec, take it away.
Well, last season, DeMar DeRozan said the all.
Oh, incredible. Thanks, Alec. Now, Denver's starting 5. Murray and Caldwell-Pope are the backcourt pairing. Porter Jr. and Gordon at the 3 and the 4. And it's Jokic in at the center position. And for the Bulls.
对此呢，乌克兰方面当时就否认了，说乌克兰并没有实施针对俄罗斯总统或者是莫斯科的袭击。那了解了这个背景之后呢，我们回过头来再来梳理在30号发生的这起无人机的事件。在这起事件发生之后呢，各方对此都有一些不同的回应。首先，我们来看俄罗斯方面的回应是说，普京指责这个肯定是乌克兰所为的，那么他们将会对于这种挑衅的行为予以回应。那乌克兰方面呢，乌克兰总统办公室的顾问波多利亚克则是表示说，乌方与袭击事件没有任何直接的关系。那再来看看美国，美国媒体在30号报道说，美国国家安全委员会的一位官员表示说呢，美方是不支持对俄罗斯境内来发动任何的攻击的。所以可以看到，关于这次无人机的袭击到底是哪方所为，现在各方是各执一词，甚至是互相指责，都在回避矛盾。那么我们到底该怎么来看待各方对此事的表态呢？我们来听科学评论员苏小辉的解读。
其实呢，这一系列的表态背后，我们首先可以看到的一个事实，是在冲突不断延续的过程当中，对于俄罗斯来说，国土防御的压力确实在上升。这一时期呢，针对境内一系列目标遇袭，俄方在不断发生的时候，强调的是安全压力的加大。一方面，俄方的袭击并非孤立的结果，而俄罗斯更多注意到的是，尤其是上海附近地区，也让俄方近期来自于乌方的打击，不仅仅是无人机和火炮的打击，乌方派遣了武装人员潜入俄境内。对俄罗斯感觉到边境防御，以及让境内各种人员现在同时呢，涉及到首都遇袭事件，这对于俄方来说，一方面影响士气，同时呢，也在下一阶段更加差速的过程当中，某种程度在牵扯俄罗斯的精力。所以这个时候呢，针对遇袭、针对相关的事件，俄罗斯既是向乌方，同时尽量回避已经对普京造成的困扰。但是这个时候，我们看到乌方。 入战火的风险。所以呢，当乌方进行偏心的时候，一直在下一阶段，希望西方对乌军人不要有更多的顾虑。当然呢，从美国的角度来说，美国的反俄的基调根本没有发生变化，还在不断强化的过程当中。同时，很明显，美国在小心翼翼地避免引火上身。美国才知道俄境内目标遇袭对俄罗斯所造成的困扰。在当前俄乌冲突延续的过程当中，美国希望对俄罗斯进行进一步的消耗，但是呢，美国也深知近期在军人不断升级的时候，已经有明显可能的导致失控的风险。用这种针对核心内目标的打击，美国和西方明确支持，甚至直接参与其中的话，那么带给自己引火上身的风险将急剧增加。所以可以看出的是，美方的表态没有明确来说，让俄国国力的
俄罗斯首都莫斯科呢是昨天上午遭到无人机袭击的，而据俄新社报道呢，当地时间今天凌晨的4点左右，又有一架无人机在俄斯南部扎斯诺达尔边疆区的基炼油厂坠毁。工厂的基础设施没有损坏，也没有发生火灾，此事也没有造成人员的伤亡。同一天的凌晨呢，扎斯诺达尔边疆区的阿菲夫斯基炼油厂发生了火灾。扎斯诺达尔边疆区的行政长官表示说，该炼油厂的一个蒸馏装置起火，目前大火已经被扑灭，而这次火灾也是由无人机袭击所导致的。另外，根据俄新社在今天的报道，从当地时间30号的上午一直到今天上午的24小时之内，大约有10架无人机都在试图对与乌克兰接壤的俄罗斯的布良斯克州发起攻击。这些无人机大部分被击落，也有一部分呢被电子战系统拦截，当地没有遭受任何损失。此外，当地时间5月30号，俄罗斯第2共和国州的州长拉德科夫发布消息称，位于该州的用于安置被疏散居民的临时安置点也遭到了乌克兰军队的炮击。据初步统计，有人员受伤和死亡。目前呢，乌方都尚未对此作出回应。在乌克兰近期多次表示要进行反攻之时，包括莫斯科在内的俄罗斯多地接连遇袭，这是否会对于俄乌冲突接下来的走向产生新的影响？我们继续来听科学评论员舒展辉的解读。
首先一个判断，俄境内目标近期接连遇袭，与乌军所强调的即将要发动反攻行动是直接相关的。尽管我们会看到俄境内目标遇袭之后，并没有造成重大的伤害，也没有从此逆转当前俄乌冲突的走势，但是呢，从乌军的角度来说，首先考虑到的是对俄境内目标进行打击的时候，挫伤俄军士气，同时呢，在使俄
like I'm listening to Chinese, and the Chinese I don't like to listen. So listen, then they switch off the ears. All you have to do is my activities with their activities. They want to listen, they don't listen, then they switch to listen.
开启的反攻是直接相关的。那同时呢，从乌军的考虑来说，在反攻行动发起方面，现在呢仍然有些顾虑，有一些所谓的未能准备好的条件。尤其是我们有一个总体的判断，对于乌军所说的反攻，并不是全面的反攻。现在即使西方媒体也不得不承认，没有看到乌军的大规模的调动，所以呢，反攻可能会集中在某个区域、某个点位。所以呢，对于这样的反攻行动来说，出其不意是关键。所以从俄罗斯对乌克兰近期在巴赫穆特等地区仍然在进行消耗，双方之间承受巨大的损失这样的一种背景之下，在下一阶段乌军发动反攻的时候，是希望以一种突袭的方式来达到更大的效能。所以这个时候，俄境内目标接连遇袭，牵扯俄方的精力，对于乌军来说是下一阶段反攻行动发起，乌军所希望能够营造出来的氛围。
您正在收看的是《东方时空》。
继续来关注东方时空。国家卫健委呢今天举行新闻发布会，介绍了维护妇女儿童健康权益的有关情况。国家卫健委的相关负责人表示，我国妇幼健康服务体系持续完善，健康水平进一步提高。
数据显示，2022年我国孕产妇死亡率为每10万15.7，婴儿死亡率为4.9%， 5岁以下儿童死亡率为6.8%，这3个妇幼健康的核心指标均降至历史最低，妇女儿童健康权益得到有效保障。下一步，国家将推动一系列妇幼健康行动计划落地见效，其中包括母婴安全行动、健康儿童行动、出生缺陷防治能力的提升，消除艾滋病、梅毒和乙肝等重大传染性疾病母婴传播，加速消除宫颈癌，促进母乳喂养和生殖健康等，使妇女儿童健康水平得到新提升，力争到2030年全国孕产妇死亡率下降到每10万12以下，5岁以下儿童死亡率降到6%以下，促进妇幼健康事业实现高质量发展。
我们将持续的坚持以妇女儿童健康为中心，紧紧抓住妇女儿童健康主要矛盾和关键问题，着力来推进妇幼健康供给侧改革，努力推动建立符合中国现代化要求的妇幼健康政策体系和服务体系，全力推动妇幼健康服务从有没有向好不好转型，着力来推进妇幼健康服务从量的积累向质的提升迈进。
我国儿童医疗资源和分布不均等问题呢，现在仍然存在。如何来解决儿童就医难的问题？在国家卫健委今天举行的新闻发布会上，相关负责人也做出了回应。
近年来，国家卫健委设立了国家儿童医学中心，以及在6大区设立了5个国家儿童区域医疗中心，使不同地区的儿科资源有效均等化，推动儿童健康服务网络建立，建立省市县3级服务体系，形成儿童服务网络体系保障，儿科人才属于短缺状态。近年来，我国加大儿科医生转岗培训，在一些大学恢复了儿科系的招生，对西部儿科资源欠发达地区采取了定制式人才培养模式。
下一步，我们将继续推动优质医疗资源下沉，更加重要的就是继续加大我们的人才的培养。那最后我在想，还要把我们整个中国医疗改革，要提高我们儿科这个专业相对来讲呢，绩效考核等等一系列，提高他们的一个真正一个价值所在。我想呢，这些方面的作用都会使我们的儿科医生有效的存留、有效的培训、有效的为病人提供服务。
近年来，我国女性生育的年龄逐渐的推迟，35岁及以上高龄生育的情况是比较常见的。那高龄女性怀孕需要注意哪些问题呢？在今天的国家卫健委的新闻发布会上，专家也做了相应的提示。
对于高龄的女性朋友如果在如果准备怀孕，我建议大家首先要做的事情要做孕前咨询。那尤其是我们有一些高龄孕妇，可能前期有些合并症，比如说高血压、糖尿病等等，还有一些基础的用药。第一次你见到医生的时候，一定要跟医生要把你既往的患病的病史，包括你既往有一些妊娠相关的一些历史，甚至包括你做过什么手术等等，还有像有没有药物的过敏等等，就这些问题都要详细的告知医生。那医生呢，可以针对你的情况呢，采取一些个体化的整个的孕期的治疗方案。建议我们孕妇呢，还是要有计划的参加我们孕妇学校的一些课程。我们这些课程的设置呢，有线上的，也有线下的，大家呢可以根据自己的时间有序的来安排学习。因为我们高龄孕妇要了解自己整个妊娠期间一些特殊的情况有哪些注意事项，非常重要。因为妊娠做好自身的管理非常关键。
当下正值春夏之交，气温变化也比较大，所以呢，很多儿童很容易出现呼吸道感染的现象。在今天的国家卫健委的新闻发布会上，相关的专家也表示说，今年我国儿童传染病的发病情况和往年略有不同，要注意给孩子养成良好的卫生习惯，减少传染病的发生。
专家表示，通过临床观察，今年总体看，排在第一位的是呼吸道合胞病毒感染，其次是流感，目前还有一部分散发的新冠病毒感染。儿童传染病的主要传播途径是呼吸道飞沫或者经口传播。 预防首先要给孩子养成良好的生活习惯，包括勤洗手、勤开窗通风、外出佩戴口罩等。对于儿童来说，特别要加强体育锻炼、健康饮食，增强孩子的免疫力。
有些孩子有些紧张的时候容易失个手啊，比如包括不洗手、不吃饭等一系列，所以这些呢，在家里做到，但是呢，在他的学校更要求他做到。所以呢，通过这样一个健康的饮食习惯，通过呢对于孩子的整个有好的防护，通过呢加强自身的免疫力的提升，那么这些措施都能够有效的降低儿童这些感染性疾病的发生。
您正在收看的是《东方时空》。
快参加乐妈节目赛！今年618京东20周年庆，全场直降，每天还有60元额外补贴，5月31晚8点，全面开启！618够省才京东。
唐庄酒，茅台镇传统工艺酿造，整瓶都是坤沙老酒，酱香老酒，唐庄酒。
蓝调好水不好饭，蓝调好水泡好茶，蓝调好水好生活。金麦坊蓝调水实力派，1年半出91瓶，喝好水，蓝标有实力，好水实力派。
所有的只争朝夕，都为了这里的日新月异。民族要复兴，乡村必振兴。
转由我推荐，1比1比。
全球众多营养专家一致推荐。
下厨做饭有难题，双汇快厨来帮你。甄选猪腱肉，富含蛋白质。健康美味就选双汇。
鲁花高油酸花生油，油酸含量75%以上，高油酸让您吃出健康来。油酸多多，健康多多，鲁花高油酸，祝长寿多多。好客是真情，好品凭厚道。好客山东，好品山东。
外婆乡小榨菜节，摇摇摇到外婆乡。外婆乡小榨菜节，小时候的菜油香。
金龙鱼。
我们再来关注一下美国的债务危机。当地时间30号的下午，美国众议院规则委员会对民主党与共和党就提高债务上限达成的最终协议进行了审议。审议最终以7比6的投票结果，同意将该法案提交众议院进行全体表决。
众议院规则委员会共有13名成员，其中包括9名共和党议员和4名民主党议员。2名共和党极端保守派议员拉尔夫·诺曼和齐普罗伊在审议时投下了反对票，4名民主党议员也都投下了反对票。众议院规则委员会审议通过后，会将法案提交众议院进行全体表决。此次众议院全体表决预计最早在当地时间31号进行。眼下，共和党在众议院拥有222个席位，仅比民主党多9席，而协议在众议院通过至少要获得218票。因此，如果有民主、共和两党议员认为协议存在不足而投下反对票，那么债务上限协议同样将不能通过。如果协议在众议院表决通过，下一步将由民主党控制的参议院进行审议。目前距离美国债务违约的日期越来越近，美国民主、共和两党为攫取政治利益，仍在进行极限拉扯。
您正在收看的是《东方时空》。金龙鱼6步鲜大米，从鲜割到鲜食，6步保鲜心，认准6步鲜，鲜米吃整年。金龙鱼6步鲜大米。真正好喝的水，娃哈哈纯净水，26年如一日，纯粹，经得起考验。累了困了，喝 喝东鹏特饮。知识产权是人类智力劳动成果的专有权利，也是社会财富的重要来源，需要全社会共同保护。保护知识产权，就是保护创新。
华为 P60 系列明光倍母工艺，路可来，超聚光夜视长焦，创新聚光进群，拉近夜色。华为 P60 系列，万境手绘。
快参加乐吧节目赛！今年618京东20周年庆，全场直降，每天还有60元额外补贴。5月31晚8点，全面开启！今年618够省才京东。您正在收看的是《东方时空》。
以上就是今天东方时空的全部内容了，感谢您的收看。了解更多的新闻资讯，您可以关注央视新闻客户端。更多的移动视频，请下载央视频。各位再见。
福利门花生油升级啦！沂蒙土榨花生仁油，去红衣，很甜香，更高端的花生油，有家就有福临门。
能量好水煮好饭，能量好水泡好茶，能量好水好生活。1年卖出91瓶，能量好水实力卖。
要到外婆家，外婆家小榨菜酒，小时候的菜油香。
金龙鱼，升级卓越科技，携手共创共赢。中国移动构筑高品质信息服务，打造世界一流信息服务科技创新公司。
宝宝奶粉配方是关键，金领冠突破性中国专利配方，超级3代 OPO6维更易吸收。金领冠中国专利配方。
美好的夜晚是忙碌一天后的一站，格力空调，风不吹人，享受安静自在。好电器，格力造。
它的全空间保鲜科技为食材提供长效保鲜。它是冰箱，有新鲜能居家的味道。
鲁花高油酸花生油，油酸含量75%以上，高油酸让您吃出健康来。鲁花高油酸助长寿多多。
福临门自然鲜大米9%黄金米膜保大米原生奶内层。
中阳福临门自然鲜大米，有家就有福临门。今晚我请客，喝真酒。今晚喝真酒。今晚喝真酒。今晚喝真酒。7亿小酒，核心产区，酒中精品，珍贵酱香。一种精神，一段历史，一脉传承。茅台酱香，1935。茅台1935，为您报时。
各位观众，晚上好。
晚上好。
今天是5月31号，星期三，农历4月13。欢迎收看新闻联播节目。
今天节目的主要内容有：
习近平在北京育婴学校考察时强调，争当德智体美劳全面发展的新时代好儿童，向全国广大少年儿童祝贺6·1国际儿童节快乐。蔡奇、丁薛祥陪同考察。
习近平复信孟加拉国儿童阿里法器。
学思想，强脑筋，重实践，建新功。今天来看，中央第36指导组与5家联系单位同向发力，同题共答，在同学共研中把主题教育引向深入。
小麦陆续进入集中收获期，全国收获进度超过1成。
南美洲国家领导人峰会呼吁推进区域一体化进程。
俄罗斯称俄军打击了乌克兰军方决策中心。乌克兰称乌军继续向巴赫穆特郊区推进。以下来看详细报道。
在6·1国际儿童节到来之际，中共中央总书记、国家主席、中央军委主席习近平5月31号上来到北京育英学校看望慰问师生，向全国广大少年儿童祝贺节日。习近平强调，少年儿童是祖国的未来，是中华民族的希望。新时代中国儿童应该是有志向、有梦想、爱学习、爱劳动、懂感恩、懂友善、敢创新、敢奋斗、德智体美劳全面发展的好儿童。希望同学们立志为强国建设、民族复兴而读书，不负家长期望，不负党和人民期待。中共中央政治局常委、中央办公厅主任蔡奇，中共中央政治局常委、国务院副总理丁薛祥陪同考察。
北京育英学校1948年创办于河北西柏坡，前身为中共中央直属机关工体部育英小学校。75年来，学校在老一辈革命家关心关怀下，全面贯彻党的教育方针，落实立德树人根本认识，对经学制教师开展课时办学，引领学生德智体美劳全面发展。习近平来到学校，首先与教师们了解学校历史人格、建设发展和近年来推动教育教学改革创新、落实双减政策要求，促进学生德智体美劳全面发展等情况。
Charles Jr.
是立德树人，培养全面发展的社会主义建设者和接班人。学生的理想信念、道德品质、知识智力、身体和心理素质等各方面的培养缺一不可。双减政策落地有一个过程，要久久为功。要引导家长、学校、社会等各方面提高认识，推动落实好双减工作要求，促进学生全面发展。育英学校具有光荣的革命传统和鲜明的红色基因，要加强革命传统，牢记学校的光荣历史，铭记党的关怀，赓续红色传统，传承红色基因，从小听党话，跟党走，立志为党成才，为国奉献。习近平步行查看校园环境，篮球场上学生们正在打篮球、跳绳、上体育课。习近平说，提高人的健康素质，青少年是黄金期，这个阶段长身体是第一位，身体好才能为今后一生的学习工作打基础。体育锻炼是增强少年儿童素质最有效的手段。现在生活条件好了，孩子们不是要吃的胖胖的，而是要长得壮壮的，练棒棒的。体育锻炼要从小抓起。体育锻炼小胖墩、小眼镜学校要把体育老师配齐配好，家庭、学校、社会等各方面都要为少年儿童增强体魄创造条件。儿童节好！随后，习近平来到学生农场，这里是学生开展农业种植活动的实践场所。阳光下，田垄一排排绿色的生机。铲子
First personal foul.
对西红柿、
First team foul.
授粉。
Substitution on the court.
习近平强调，很多知识和道理都来自生活，引导孩子们从小学习价值观念，培养好习惯，提高劳动能力，有利于他们更好地学习知识。现在一些农村接触到自然少，不光自己出勤，而且十分。对于吃的是什么，从哪里来的，怎么来的都不知道，更体会不到谁知盘中餐，粒粒皆辛。
Christian Braun.
他对同学们说，
Assist from
首先要从认识。
Dick Smith.
同学们栽培的各种植物，虽然书本上都有介绍，但大家亲手种，亲自希望同学 们从学农中感受到农作的艰辛和农民的苦，从小养成热爱劳动、珍爱粮食、尊重自然的良好习惯，为建设美丽中国做贡献。新时代生产农业建设要从娃娃抓起，通过生动活泼的劳动体验课程，让孩子性格优秀，亲身体验、自我感悟，让绿水青山就是金山银山的
Terry Taylor
心灵。学校支撑的
That's the final buzzer, and your Chicago Bulls winning.
习近平和共产
The Bulls.
师生们告诉我，他们正在运用所学的直线运动、曲线运动、斜面运动等知识，用积木动手设计搭建过山车模型进行验证。
我来展示一下。
习近平指出，科学实验课是培养孩子们科学思维、探索未知兴趣和创新意识的有效方式。希望同学们从小树立科技创新、强国有我的志向，当下勇当小科学家，未来争当大科学家，为实现我国高水平科技自立自强做贡献。习近平随后来到5年级教师办公室，看望正在研习这一课的老师们，询问课后服务课程结构设置等情况。习近平指出，中国特色社会主义教育体系是好的，我国的基础教育在世界上是有优势的，要坚定文化自信，把自己好的东西坚持好，把国外好的东西借鉴好，与时俱进，开放发展，让孩子们有更广阔的眼界、更开阔的思路、更开放的观念，努力培养堪当民族复兴重任、勇于创造世界奇迹的国之栋梁。习近平强调，人才培养关键在教师，广大教师要牢记为党育人、为国育才的初心使命，以人民教育家为榜样，以德立身，以德立学，以德施教。要在全社会营造尊师重教的良好风尚，让教师成为最受社会尊重和令人羡慕的职业，努力形成优秀人才争相从教、优秀教师不断涌现的良好局面。在学校小广场上，师生们热情欢送总书记。习近平祝愿孩子们茁壮成长、健康成才。
祝你们和全国各民族的儿童们节日快乐！
他说：“今天我专程来北京育婴学校看望大家，和小朋友们共庆6·1儿童节。看到同学们天真活泼、朝气蓬勃，脸上洋溢着幸福的笑容，感到非常高兴。党中央始终关心关怀少年儿童的健康成长，采取了一系列政策举措，努力为孩子们健康成长创造更好环境。我相信，有中国共产党的领导和社会主义制度的显著优势，生活在中华民族大家庭里的各族儿童一定会越来越幸福，一定会拥有更加美好的未来。各级党委和政府、社会各方面要切实做好与儿童事业发展有关的各项工作，关心帮助困难家庭的孩子，特别是孤儿和残疾儿童，让所有孩子都能感受到党和政府的温暖，都能有在努力奋斗，未来要靠你们去接续奋斗。习近平祝愿广大家长身体健康，家庭幸福，祝愿广大教师在神圣的岗位上做出新的贡献。引力及中央和国家机关有关部门北京市负责同志陪同考察。
消息，近日，国家主席习近平复信孟加拉国儿童阿利法沁，鼓励他努力学习，追求梦想，传承好中孟传统友谊。习近平指出，沁在信中讲述的亲身经历是中孟友好的生动写照。中国和孟加拉国人民自古以来就是好邻居、好朋友，拥有绵延千年的友好交往历史。600多年前，中国明代航海家郑和的宝船2度到访孟加拉，在两国人民中间播撒下友谊的种子。600多年后，中国海军和平方舟号医院船怀仁远航，中国女军医在吉大港帮助沁的母亲渡过险境，顺利生产。沁的父亲用孟语“中国”为其取名，谱写了中孟友好新的感人篇章。习近平强调，得知沁立志长大后做中孟友谊的使者，未来希望到中国学医，像中国妈妈那样救死扶伤，感到十分高兴。希望沁珍惜韶华，努力学习，实现自己的梦想，回馈家庭，服务社会，报效祖国。在6·1国际儿童节到来之际，祝沁身体健康，家庭幸福，学习进步。阿利法沁2010年出生时，其母因患严重心脏病遭遇难产，一度生命垂危。当时正在孟加拉国吉大港访问的中国海军和平方舟号医院船接到求助，派出军医第一时间赶赴当地医院，顶着巨大压力进行剖腹产手术，最终如履平安。为表感激，他的父亲为其起名沁，孟语意思为中国。
本台消息，新华社今天播发长篇通讯，为强国建设、民族复兴注入不竭精神动力。以习近平同志为核心的党中央，引领中华文化创造性转化、创新性发展纪实。
按照党中央统一部署和中央主题教育领导小组安排，连日来，中央第36指导组认真履职尽责，牢牢把握用习近平新时代中国特色社会主义思想凝心铸魂这一根本要求，与5家联系单位同向发力、同题共答，在同学共研中把主题教育引向深入。
中央第36指导组所指导的5家单位是商务部、国家税务总局、国家市场监督管理总局、国家药品监督管理局和国家知识产权局。主题教育开展以来，指导组紧扣理论学习主线，坚持从严从实标准，有的放矢地听取各单位情况介绍，开展下沉调研、座谈访谈等，制定干什么、怎么干、谁来干3张任务清单，细化工作举措，明确完成实现，指导推动各单位挂服作战，队伍推进。
5家单位职能不同，情况也各异。我们把主题教育的要求与5家单位的特点结合起来，鼓励各单位积极探索，将主题教育的共性要求转化为各自的特色实践。
指导组在调研过程中，指导国家市场监管总局以督查式调研推动食品安全2个责任的落实，国家税务总局落实税费政策，推进便民办税。国家知识产权局运用党的创新理论，引领专业商标审查提质增效。国家药监局及时启动航风建设3年攻坚行动。汽车业是外商投资的重点，外贸出口的亮点，大宗消费的热点。在参加商务部在北京的汽车企业调研活动时，指导组要求商务部把习近平总书记对稳定和扩大汽车消费工作的重要指示批示精神，转化为贯彻新发展理念、构建新发展格局、推动高质量发展的强大力量，把主题教育引向深入，着力推动解决汽车限购限迁、新能源汽车下乡和充换电设施不足、二手车交易信息不透明等问题，促进汽车消费从购买管理向使用管理转变。为切实提升主题教育的质和效，指导组牵头搭建了链接5家单位1+5工作交流平台，推动各单位互学互鉴。
指导组1个多月以来，收集意见、梳理问题，初步找准了主题教育和5家单位工作的发力点，
下一步，我们将按照中央主题教育工作的统一部署，高标准、高质量地完成指导组各项工作任务。
在6·1国际儿童节到来之际，共青团中央全国少工委组织开展“争做新时代好队员”主题实践活动。广大少先队员在参观红色队伍、寻访先锋模范、探寻伟大成就等实践体验中，传承红色基因，厚植爱国情怀，立志成长为担当民族复兴重任的时代新人。
这几天，来自安徽、陕西等地红星港湾留守儿童项目点的少先队员走进9元卫星发射中心，通过寻访参观，了解一代代航天人扎根大漠戈壁、为国奉献的奋斗故事。少先队员还共同见证了神舟16号载人飞船成功发射，近距离感受祖国航天事业的发展成就。
在现场看到火箭成功发射，太震撼了！我也想像金海鹏叔叔一样，以他为榜样，努力学习，不断创新，以后也为我们国家的航天事业做出自己的贡献。
在天津，青年榜样与少先队员们分享了将个人奋斗融入国家发展的成长故事，鼓励他们早日成长为国之栋梁。在湖南花垣县18洞村，新入队的少先队员们庄严宣誓。在浙江，少先队员登上红领巾巴士，沿着红色研学路线参观寻访革命纪念馆。在四川，孩子们共绘时代成就100米长卷，表达对祖国未来的美好憧憬。上海、江苏、江西、重庆、广东等地的各级少先队组织还通过开展情景剧展演、非遗文化体验等活动，让少年儿童度过一个快乐而有意义的节日。6·1儿童节当天，共青团中央、全国少工委联合中央广播电视总台还将推出新时代新征程6·1主题云对课直播，通过先锋榜样故事讲述、大国成就寻访参观等，引领广大少先队员努力成长为德智体美劳全面发展的社会主义建设者和接班人。
当前，全国小麦正陆续进入集中收获期。农业农村部小麦基收进度显示，全国已收获冬小麦面积4300多万亩，进度过1成。
安徽省霍邱县的170万亩小麦这2天进入了收割高峰。为增加小麦产量，今年当地拿出5700万元专项资金，用于推广2种良法，将优质高产小麦品种的种植面积占比提升到2/3以上，预计单产提高50斤左右。
亩产超1000斤没有任何问题了，比种其他小麦我们要多收入100块钱。
今年夏收期间，主产区将有超过10万台带有北斗导航的智能收割机投入生产。它们不仅行动轨迹偏差小，还能够长时间不间断作业，每台单日收获面积可达100亩以上。
我现在是在江苏南京江宁区的一处小麦地里，今年这里推广使用智能的无人驾驶收割机来收割小麦。这种方式可以降低人工成本，同时还可以大大提高田间的作业效率。
在经历了多天的连阴雨天气后，河南8500多万亩小麦迎来大规模收割，为尽量防止发芽和霉变，目前河南正在全面摸排，有序使用烘干设备，确保阴烘尽烘。
我现在是在河南省社旗县的八里寮村，当地农民正利用晴好天气组织联合收割机进行收割。与此同时呢，路边已经备足了转运的车辆。小麦收上来之后呢，将在第一时间拉到2公里之外的合作社进行集中烘干。
目前，社旗县已经发动全县30多组烘干机日夜作业，同时充分利用广场、操场、房前屋后等各类场所晾晒收获小麦。为科学应对烂场雨天气，农业农村部已印发紧急通知，要求相关地区加强跨省协作和省内协同，千方百计调集履带式收割机参与受灾地块抢收。
小麦机收必须力图强制当土，各级农机部门和在黄海参加麦收的80万亩一手，一定要克服困难，连续作战，共同努力打赢这场下收下种的硬仗。
下面来看一组联播快讯。
今年6月是第22个全国安全生产月，主题为“人人讲安全，个个会应急”。国务院安委办应急管理
We've been talking about the 2K League this week, and even if you aren't competing professionally, we see you out there in the NBA 2K world, and we want
深入开展应急科普宣传活动，推动企业主要负责人带头组织开展重大事故隐患排查整治，带头开展应急救援演练。同时开通12350举报电话等举报渠道。交通运输部最新发布数据，4月全国交通固定资产投资达3150亿元，同比增长13.6%，其中完成公路投资2375亿元，同比增长15.6%，水运投资157亿元，同比增长29.4%，交通固定资产投资高位预计。记者今天从商务部了解到，我国在31个省区市设立了165个跨境电商综市区，跨境电商主体超过10万家，跨境电商货物进出口规模占外贸比重由5年前的不足1%上升到目前的5%左右。从明天起，10项公安交管服务群众服务发展便利措施正式实施。具体包括扩大私家车新车上牌免查验试点，实行2手小客车转让登记一证通办，优化城市公交专用道管理，推广轻微交通事故线上视频快速处理等。记者从南方电网了解到，国家重点能源工程闽粤电力联网工程启动新一轮缅电送月，单日最大送电规模首次突破100万千瓦。从本月13号起到今天，本轮已完成送电量超3亿千瓦时。北京海关昨天发布消息，中关村综合保税区正式获国务院批复同意设立。中关村综保区是全国首个明确以研发创新为特色的综合保税区，位于中国北京自由贸易试验区科技创新片区海淀总团范围内。共规划综合办公、查验、研发、设计等5个功能分区。2023中国孙思邈中医药文化节昨天在陕西铜川闭幕，在为期5天的时间里，举办了中国孙思邈中医药国际论坛、中医药养生保健产业博览会等活动，500多名中外嘉宾参加交流研讨。中央广播电视总台大型文化节目《中国书法大会》今天起播。节目以中国书法发展源流为主线，聚焦中国书法史上极具代表性的作品，运用多种艺术形式和最新科技手段，全景式展现源远流长的汉字发展史与博大精深的中国书法艺术，让受众沉浸式感受中华书法文化之美。为期1天的南美洲国家领导人峰会30号在巴西首都巴西利亚举行。与会的南美洲12国国家元首和政府首脑讨论了推进南美一体化进程，并签署巴西利亚共识。共识指出，各方同意将法治价值、体制稳定、主权和不干涉内政作为地区进步的基本原则，重申区域发展愿景。促进金融一体化，从而打造一个有效的南美自由贸易区。各方一致认为，在多重国际挑战下，南美国家区域一体化至关重要。此次会议由巴西总统卢拉倡议发起。卢拉在接受总台记者提问时，再次呼吁南美洲减少对美元的依赖，结束美元霸权。
在国际贸易中使用美元结算这件事没有征得我们的同意，我们为什么必须要通过美元来进行自己的贸易？货币主权是国家主权的一部分，我们使用自己的货币来进行国际贸易，能避免沦为美元的人质。我们希望在经贸领域拥有自主权。
俄罗斯国防部30号称，俄军打击了乌克兰军方决策中心，该中心在西方情报专家指导下，策划向俄境内发动袭击。俄军还摧毁了顿涅茨克的一座乌军武器弹药库。乌克兰军方称，乌武装部队击退了俄军在卢甘斯克和顿涅茨克的进攻，乌军继续在巴赫穆特郊区推进。针对30号无人机袭击莫斯科一事，俄罗斯总统普京表示，俄罗斯的防空系统工作正常， 尽管还有需要改进的地方。他说，乌克兰政府选择了恐吓俄罗斯人民这条路，这是明显的恐怖主义活动。俄方将对挑衅行为予以回应。乌克兰空军发言人伊格纳特30号说，乌克兰与莫斯科遭无人机袭击没有直接联系。他还说，这一事件是俄罗斯的内部问题。联合国安理会30号审议乌克兰核设施安全问题。中国代表发言表示，扎波罗热核电站安全安保问题只是乌克兰危机的一个方面，其解决最终取决于乌克兰危机的政治解决前提。各方应着眼和平大局和共同安全，相向而行，为重启对话和妥善解决包括核电站安全安保在内的相关问题创造有利条件。有重要影响的国家更应发挥负责任建设性作用，而不是红火浇油。中方将继续致力于劝和促谈，为推动乌克兰危机政治解决发挥建设性作用。30号晚，约300名日本民众在日本众议院议员会馆门前举行抗议，反对日本政府大幅增加防卫费。抗议民众表示，日本政府在军事上企图扩张的行为违背了日本和平宪法。
日本政府完全没有反省历史，反而走上了非常危险的道路。我对此表示非常担心。
现在日本政府的动向明显是把自卫队改造成专为战争设置的军队，我认为这与宪法的内容相违背。日本政府的举动显而易见是错误的。
还有抗议者表示，日本社会正面临物价高涨等问题，日本政府不改善民生，反而大规模增加防卫费，这让人无法接受。
我认为日本政府应该先帮助低收入群体。日本政府现在的借债高达1200多万亿日元，为什么还在增加防卫费支出？我坚决反对这种做法。
再来看一组国际快讯。
匈塞铁路匈牙利段孔圣米格洛什陶石站至博斯特尔站区间首对钢轨30号开始铺设，标志着匈塞铁路匈牙利段全面进入铺轨施工阶段。孔圣米格洛什陶石站距匈牙利首都布达佩斯54公里，为匈塞铁路项目中方段承建的最大车站。匈塞铁路是中国中东欧国家合作的标志性项目。欧盟委员会30号发布的报告显示，欧盟5月经济景气指数环比减少1.9，欧元区5月经济景气指数环比减少2.5。报告称，经济景气指数出现下降的原因是市场对欧盟和欧元区工业服务业，尤其是零售业的信心下降。英国火车司机工会今天发起罢工，要求提高待遇，应对高通胀。该工会还计划6月3号也举行罢工。罢工期间，只有大约40%的列车将运行，部分地区完全停运。据英国零售商协会30号发布的数据，英国5月食品通胀率同比上涨15.4%，为有记录以来第2高。
今天的新闻联播播送完了，感谢收看。
更多新闻资讯，请关注央视新闻客户端。更多移动视频，请下载央视频。观众朋友，再见。
To non-market economic practices. There too, the United States and Europe are increasingly aligned, and that's important because individually, if we're trying to get China to change some of the unfair practices that it's engaged in, the United States is about 20% of the world's economy. Europe's about 20% of the world's economy. When we combine and address these issues together, all of a sudden we're almost 50% of the world's economy, and that's a little bit harder for China to ignore when it comes to trying to change some of the practices they're engaged in. So I think we're seeing that it's profoundly in the mutual interest of both Europe and the United States to be aligned in our approach, as it is for key countries in Asia. We just came from the G7 meeting where Japan and Korea were both present. I think we've seen a similar alignment, similar convergence in the approach that we're taking to China there as well. And again, I refer you to the words of key leaders in Europe, as well as some of the key documents Europe has put out. They are almost entirely coincident with our own approach.
Well, basically, I very much agree with Lincoln's kind of basic approach and to this matter very much so.
As you might know, a very final European Council meeting during the Swedish presidency will be, of course, as always, about the Ukraine, always, but also on the key issue of the relation to China. So that's our kind of final part we are preparing. It happens to be, I just came to here from the Stockholm China Forum, German Marshall Fund's annual meeting on China, and I tried to outline how we see the principal approach to perhaps just two remarks. One is Europe needs to unite and stick to the unity on how to have a common approach to China. It is simply the fact that 27 countries need to stick together to have the power we need to have. And second, transatlantic cooperation is key in this area as well, I would say. It has sometimes been questioned, as you know, and I would say that those now saying that, or asking themselves, does Europe need to choose, as it goes, between the US and China? They simply ask themselves the wrong question. We should instead unite in principally anchored idea on how the open world should act, how we reduce dependency, how we de-risk, regardless if China want to be de-risked or not, and try to be as open as possible, taking our own security concerns into account. I think the US has been a few years ahead of Europe, and I think very many countries now realize this is not the time for naivety. It's not the time to stop communicating and cooperating with China either. Decoupling is not the answer, but to have a serious common approach to this matter, I think would be. So my short answer, yeah, I think there is a beginning conversion going on, which I appreciate very, very much. And if Sweden can be helpful in that process, I would be very proud of that.
Thank you everyone for coming.
When you walk into prison as a public person, there are going to be some of
好，首先通过短片来看相关的。
据俄新社5月30号报道，俄罗斯国防部发布消息称，共有8架乌克兰无人机袭击了莫斯科，但均被击落，其中3架被电子战系统压制，失去控制，偏离预定目标；5架被铠甲 S 防空系统击落。普京随后在克里姆林宫表示，乌克兰此次对莫斯科发动最大规模的无人机袭击，是想恐吓和挑衅俄罗斯。他还指出，与乌军向居民区发动袭击不同，俄军只精准打击军事设施。另外，俄总统西德尼舒佩斯科夫称，乌克兰对莫斯科发动无人机袭击，是在报复俄军28号打击军事情报总部。此次乌军袭击说明俄方有必要继续展开特别军事行动，并实现既定目标。然而，乌克兰总统办公室顾问波罗的亚克当天回应称，乌方与当天发生的莫斯科遭无人机袭击事件没有直接关系。另据乌克兰国家通讯社报道，30号凌晨，乌克兰首都基辅同样遭到俄军无人机袭击。分析认为，加大对彼方首都空袭或意味着冲突转折点已来临。此外，俄新社报道的最新消息显示，俄方宣布攻击乌克兰武装部队司令扎卢日内。
我们看到这次呢是俄罗斯首都莫斯科首次民用设施遭到袭击，是民宅。那么我们来看各方的反应。首先，联合国呢发出谴责，美国白宫是说不支持对俄境内发动袭击，而俄罗斯方面说这是自俄乌冲突以来乌方首次发动如此大规模对于俄罗斯首都这样的袭击事件。但是目前来看呢，只能说这个判断机器是中远程飞机。那这些无人机到底是从何而来？
目前看呢，俄方分析大概有2个点。第一呢，是从乌克兰境内起飞到莫斯科发动攻击；第二呢，是从 这个俄罗斯境内，他认为有所谓的地下马克者进行组装这个案。如果从这个乌克兰地理位置看，哈尔科夫到莫斯科670公里，这个点位如果它像这种 UJ 200无人机完全能够它就需要，那主要也不需要。但如果使用英国提供的200公里的小型无人机，它只能够在俄罗斯境内组装，然后按美国、英国提供的一般航线就一边去打。这两个地点的说明呢，发起攻无机的行动，在这个乌克兰境内俄罗斯境内，这样防范工作呢有可能会难度比较大。如果和上一次6月3号计程机行动相比呢，这次呢有比较大的变化。第一呢是从这个昼天到从这个夜间到昼天，你像打击莫斯科克里姆林宫，它是凌晨发动机行动，但这次是白天发动，而且呢是在这个光线照耀良好的这下一种打击行动，和以前相比，它这个冲防能力、隐蔽能力有比较大的多发展。第二呢是从这个2架到多架，以前是2架无人机，现在多架无人机，而且呢采取编队方式，在不同目标方向发起打击行动。另外一个区别呢，就是它的打击行动是之前同一型号，就是多口型号。你像以前在这个莫斯科克里姆林宫发动的它是1个无人机，2件换型基本相同。但是这次呢，俄罗斯发现它不光有这乌克兰制造的 UJ 200无人机，同时呢可以加挂迫击炮弹，还有其他的爆炸物对导弹武器。同时还发现一种新型无人机，比亚式补给，它前面呢是个小的机，一个大机，而且动力方式在这个飞机尾部。这种同样的发现，也说明目前呢，乌克兰自己制造，或者是通过美国包括其他国家提供这种无人机的技术正在发展的变化，说明呢无人机的多样使用，包括不同航程、不同作战性能无人机，今后在俄乌冲突中将会发挥比较大的作用。
那除了刚才咱们在聊到的这个俄罗斯首先遭到的无人机袭击以外，那基辅方面也是28号遭到了俄乌冲突以来俄罗斯发动最大规模的一个无人机的攻击，持续5个多小时的时间。那现在双方包括之前我们谈到这种远距离的空袭，到现在频繁的无人机袭击对方的首都，是否也意味着冲突进入了一个集中的转折点？
有2个点呢特别值得关注，也说明俄乌冲突现在进入到非常危险的境地。第一呢就是无人机战，第二就是西城战。目前看，无人机双方使用过程中，无论是这个军用型号无人机还是民用型号无人机，都是大量使用连续使用，而且对个人目标的打击行动都广泛采取无人机。那今天呢，据媒体报道，乌克兰最后一个军舰被打沉了，而且叫这个罗里奥连科号。如果出现了这种无人机频繁的攻击行动，那实际上标志着当时标准武器，你跟这个当时这个袭击双方战略目标这个击撞还大不相同。这种攻击袭击很难防御，基本上目标，而且不同时间、不同地点、不同的规模，要对各目标进行无差别的这个防御来提高。第二是西城战，你现在双方的首都成了重要攻击目标，而且打击的目标也不再局限于民用，而且从打击效果来看呢，像很多类似这种建筑上是很难防御的。像之前呢，像国防部包括其他势力参加导弹，有这个建筑来进行飞机的防御。但现在看呢，整个作战行动它的攻击效果，包括打击方式，基本上无差别。因为这架无人机，刚才你看，它是压式补给，它前方呢是一个小的机翼，后方大机，动力方式在可以看到螺旋桨，所以说明呢，无人机这个高强度多频谱的频繁使用，正在双方袭击对方纵深目标的过程中发挥比较大的作用。这点如果形成常态之后，下一步的防御能力非常有限。你像之前雷达系统对于各种目标，像这个战斗机、战机都很激烈，但是对这种低码小目标的防御能力，双方都不可能100%的克服。所以下一步目标这个作战行动这种常态状态，包括持久性，有可能超出所有的预料。
那像你所说，俄乌冲突1年多以来，现在打击方式越来越多了，无人机战加入其中。而我们一直在关注的说的双方开启了春季反攻。那29号泽连斯基就说了，乌方对于反攻计划有了一些决定性的一些明确的目标。
It's that time of year again, the 9th annual 2K TV Awards. We have 10 outstanding awards for 10 outstanding members of the 2K TV community.
First up is the cruise captain.
我认为呢，打击方式对于这个厉害的，你像前线杜巴斯包括所有的行动， 打了这么多个月，实际上还是没有办法解决大规模的这个在个别点的攻击行动，虽然有效果，但是难以提高。所以下一步呢，就是远程导弹包括炸弹以及呢无人机和这个火力反击将是未来的重点。我感觉今后如果无法搞反击，两方的除了前线这个跑击啊，这个会有。那么前线呢，除了这种密集的作战行动之外，在南部克里米亚是攻不守。那目前F-16战斗机扩展威胁，如果今后交付了风暴1型导弹，交付了金鹰座导弹，与现有的苏-4战斗机好组合，那么对克里米亚机场、港口包括大桥的攻击行动将会出现比较大的好。如果配合无人机的攻击行动，那么整个克里米亚它的这个承受危险的指数真的一下增加。那第二个俄罗斯境内，目前菲尔德罗德一天遭到了将近300名炮击，那么下一步如果把更远程的武器装备在这个俄罗斯境内展开，像类似UJ-200，还有刚才那些型号未知的无人机，这样打击效果、打击范围、打击行动就会成倍扩展。所以我们认为呢，今后在这个俄罗斯境内的攻击行动，包括在克里米亚的打击行动，有可能会成为反击的保守的重点。对于西方国家想看到这种大规模的阵地交换，或者是在前沿反复争夺，这种景象好像在未来的作战行动中出现的概率并不高。
另外，我们来关注俄方的一个新的动向啊。虽然我们看到，5月30号呢，据俄新社的报道说，俄内务部宣布要对于乌克兰武装部的总司令扎卢日内来进行一个通缉。那对于对方国家的高级将领进行这样一个通缉，释放了一些什么样的信号，想要达到什么样一个目标？
我想在目前这个节骨眼上啊，俄方呢对乌方的这个总司令，实际上扎卢日内他是乌军实质上的最高指挥官，他呢一手打造了新的乌克兰军队，应该说在乌克兰军方呢是有高的威望的。所以在这个时候啊，对他进行这个冲击啊，我想俄方主要想达到两个目的。第一个呢，就是在政治上的进行羞辱。因为我们知道，如果把对方的这个最高的指挥官形容成一个罪犯的话，那毫无疑问对这个乌方啊，对乌方对乌军的形象包括对己方士气的服务都会产生一定的效果。同时呢，我想还有一个目的呢，就是我们看到最近一段时间啊，随着这个莫斯科遭到大量的无人机攻击以后，在第一时间呢，俄罗斯方面呢已经把这些袭击呢认定为恐怖主义袭击。那既然是恐怖主义袭击呢，那就有发动者，而且俄方呢就一定认为呢是乌军所发动的。那作为乌军的最高指挥发动的恐怖袭击，扎卢日内那的确呢应该成为俄方面的通缉犯。当然这样一种做法，我想更多的还是出于政治和外交上的考虑。但实际上对乌军的士气的影响，对己方士气的提高，我们这个效果呢，实际上是很难有确定性。
我们来关注西方的一些动向，看到丹麦和荷兰决定要领衔欧盟对于乌克兰的飞行员进行驾驶 F-16的培训。另外呢，北约方面呢正在推动一项对乌长期援助的计划。来看相关美国国防部长奥斯汀5月25号在乌克兰防务联络小组线上会议后宣布，丹麦和荷兰将领衔欧盟训练乌克兰飞行员使用 F-16战斗机。奥斯汀还表示，在未来几周内，荷兰和丹麦将与美国和其他盟国合作制定针对乌军飞行员的 F-16培训框架。目前，挪威、比利时、葡萄牙和波兰也已经主动提出为培训计划做出贡献，而美国相信还会有更多装备 F-16的国家会加入这一重要援助工作。与此同时，北约秘书长斯托尔滕贝格30号表示，北约目前正在制定一项针对乌克兰的长期援助计划，以帮助乌克兰从苏联时代过渡到北约标准和装备。他还称，即将于7月举行的北约峰会将进一步加强北约的威慑和防御能力。另一方面，俄罗斯总统普京29号签署法令，废止欧洲常规武装力量条约。俄方表示，该决定不会引发直接后果，因为相关机制已名存实亡，且过错不在俄方。该条约是北约和华约于1990年签署，对当时两大军事集团的各类常规兵器总量及核查方式作出规定。我们看到自俄乌冲突以后呢，针对援乌的这样一个各国防长的联络会议，可以说每一个月底的时候都会进行，都由美国国防部长奥斯汀来联络或者领衔。那么这次他提到的是关于各个国家要 主动的提出培训 F-16战机飞行员这件事情，因为过去我们在这样的会议当中，往往谈论的是接下来可能西方国家会有哪些军援计划、哪些装备以及时间规划等等。那么既然提到培训这个 F-16驾驶员的问题，是否就意味着在乌克兰眼中想要期待的就是西方原战机联盟已经初具雏形？另外，按照这样发展的话 ，F-16是否有可能会更快加速下降战场？
从坦克联盟到战地联盟，现在已经基本执行，而且现在都有多个国家愿意为乌克兰提供飞行员，像这个挪威、比利时、葡萄牙、波兰、荷兰，如果多国联合培锻各种所谓的飞行员，这样呢作战进程有可能会加速。按照目前培训 F-16战斗飞行员每国标准至少3到6个月要速成，而且要跨越3个阶段，首先要能飞，然后要这个能打的能赢，这个3个阶段需要这个精密的，比如说战机飞行员从之前的苏式战机改为这个美国式战机，它需要时间并不长，但是能飞行并不意味着能干够。今后呢，如果使用美国标准实战武器，像 GP 的 AM-9X，中程的 M-10-Q7，或者是用其他武器呢，首先要把空战合同获取空中优势，这样边对空战包括长辽之间的配合至关重要。另外还有最近作战能力，像今后如果使用联合直击攻击弹药、斯拉姆导弹、潜伏导弹，包括其他的武器装备，对地面才能产生某种优势。所以这是基本的作战的进程和战术。那么下一步如果能赢这个大问题，它不光是几架战斗机的战斗，是整个空战体系的战斗。我想这些战斗机如果给乌克兰，无论是由谁驾驶，都由北约统一控制，它的紧急包括其他作战飞机要把目标信息全部传递。这个状态下 F-16还可以在大范围内掌握俄罗斯挥天不地的作战行动，在北约空战体系的指挥下进行各种会战，这样胜算有可能略高一些。所以如果能够跨越能飞能打能赢3个阶段，这个时间呢有可能相对较长。
那另外我们看到，其实北约方面也列出了一个长期援助乌克兰的计划，并且说要帮助乌克兰实现北约标准和北约装备化。那么到底在北约心目当中，乌克兰想达到一个什么样的层面的北约标准？这样做的目的有什么？
我们看到目前这段时间其实在北约和乌克兰这个关系上，我觉得双方最后的关系的走向是一种既被动又主动。为什么这么说呢？一方面我们现在看到北约呢，迫于它内部的分歧，包括外部的压力，它短期内很难接受乌克兰作为正式的成员。但是与此同时呢，北约呢要利用乌克兰问题呢，进一步确保乌克兰今后能够成为北约在欧洲非常重要的一枚棋子，或者说一个工具。所以在这样的情况下，一方面给不了人，但是同时呢要给实。我们看到实际上从冲突爆发以来，北约对乌克兰的援助不断升级，从早期的简单的武器装备到现在复杂的这样一些军事装备系统等等。同时呢，我们看到现在北约加强和乌克兰实质性的合作呢，还在不断的向人员培训向后勤机构等等方面去扩展。所以这样一来的话，实际上接下来会出现一个什么情况呢？就是短期内虽然北约不能正式接纳乌克兰加入，但是实质上呢，从各个方面，尤其从实质性合作方面，已经把乌克兰作为一个成员来对待。我们知道即将于7月份举行的北约维尔纽斯峰会其中有一个重要的议程，就是要实质性的提升和乌克兰的关系，就是要把乌克兰目前北约和乌克兰关系提升到一个准成员国的层面。这样一来，我想毫无疑问对北约来说呢，它的着眼于未来在整个欧洲范围内和俄罗斯会进行长期的一个对抗的局面。因为这样的背景下呢，进一步加强和乌克兰的实质联系，把乌克兰整合进北约整个的一个军事和武器系统，所以有利于北约抵近俄罗斯进行重点优势。
另外看到之前梅德韦杰夫表态的时候是说，西方军援的装备和运输军援的车辆成为俄罗斯合法打击目标，而这次说了，由于英国人对于乌克兰的支持，所以英国官员如果支持战争的话，有可能被俄罗斯视为合法的打击目标。这是一个什么表态的态度的变化？
我们知道这个俄乌冲突爆发以来担任俄罗斯国家安委会副主席的梅德韦杰夫，实际上一定程度上已经成为俄罗斯官方一种强硬声音的代表。我们看到此前呢，在针对西方对俄罗斯的制裁，包括一些对乌克兰援助方面，一些比较强硬的言论总是由梅德韦杰夫来发出。那这次呢，在针对英国的问题上也毫无意外。我们知道英俄双方实际上此前呢，在俄乌冲突爆发前，双方的关系呢就处于长期交恶的状态。双方此前在一些比如说间谍中毒案件等等方面呢，实际上关系都非常紧张。
那这次呢，我看到英国呢是不遗余力的支持这个乌克兰，同时呢在对俄罗斯制裁方面也出了很多坏主意。所以在这个背景下呀，我想这次梅德韦表态呢是再一次就英国方面主动去恶化对俄关系呢发出的警告。当然接下来是否会付诸实施，我觉得至少从目前看，在外交上呢是要达到威慑的效果，但是要具体实施的话，俄方呢可能需要有一个全面复盘的考虑，因为这样一来的话，有可能会导致北约和俄罗斯间关系呢紧张出现。
那么我们再来关注一个非常显眼的叫北极挑战2023的这样一个军演，因为它的地区是在北欧地区，而且是临近俄罗斯边境地区，来看相关的。 今日俄罗斯电视台5月29号报道称，号称欧洲最大规模空军演习的北极挑战2023演习当天在北欧拉开序幕。来自芬兰、瑞典、挪威、法国、德国、美国等14个国家的近3000名军人和150架军机参演，出动的军机型号包括战斗机、预警机、运输机和加油机等。演习主要在芬兰、瑞典和挪威3国的北部基地进行。演习科目包括战术机动和指挥控制等。演习将持续至6月9号。据悉，挪威还特意出动了 F-35隐形战斗机，并将在演习中测试第4代和第5代战斗机之间的协同作战。值得一提的是，美军福特级航空母舰首舰福特号也将参与此次军演。对此，俄罗斯警告称，北欧国家加入带有明显反俄倾向的军事集团，将导致俄罗斯做出军事回应。俄罗斯还表示，目前北极地区的冲突正在加剧。另据英国《卫报》29号报道，3年前被怀疑是俄罗斯海军训练出来的间谍白鲸，近日在瑞典近海现身，这是他第2次出现在北欧沿岸海域。
北极挑战2023是近年来我们看到欧洲国家进行了一个最大规模的空中演习，而且地区非常的敏感。那这次演习的目标是什么？另外，俄方会做什么样的一个反应？
演习目标呢是2个，第一个打补丁，第二是筑围墙。芬兰加入北约之后，俄罗斯1340公里边界目前作战能力，美国、北约认为相对丰富。如果在芬兰建基地，特别是从圣彼得堡到摩曼斯克1000多公里边界正面，美国、北约强化前沿部署，这样会对俄罗斯西北方向的这个防御构成重要影响。所以俄方也认为西北方向防御援助不足，必须使用绝对能力。所以现在看，抓住现在俄罗斯西北方域的防御短板，强化美国北约的攻势是一个重要选项。第二是筑围墙，因为现在北极挑战目标是在极地条件下做的。之前美国航空母舰尼米兹级曾经在冰岛进行访问，但突然发现这种所谓的蒸汽弹射，一旦出现了这个蒸汽之后，由于手烟还这个甲板地层并无法起降，福特级是电磁弹射，不存在这个问题。所以下一步如果能够让 F-18战机包括其他战斗机进行起降，这样在极地条件下，美国航空母舰的作战力将明显提高。至少甲板这些其他方面的问题将会得到大量克服。如果在北部地区强化在北极的存在，那么今后呢，美国北约是以北约方式在北极作战，两北组合，对俄罗斯战略能力的压制，包括对俄罗斯北方舰队的压制效果将会大幅提升。同时呢，通过全方位的围堵俄罗斯，这样大国竞争，美国和北约有可能获得相对理想的效果。
那么俄乌冲突已经1年多的时间了，看到根据《华尔街日报》的消息说，乌克兰的高层呢在向欧洲盟友表示，希望在今年7月北约峰会之前召开一个排除俄罗斯所谓的和平峰会，然后希望争取更多国家来支持乌克兰方面提出的一个和平条约。那虽然您觉得在这种情况之下，乌克兰谈成的概率有多大？
我们看到这次所谓的和平峰会应该说是在北约峰会之前，乌克兰和他的这个西方朋友联合发动的是外交攻势。因为它的形式呢是要排除俄罗斯，然后它的目的呢是要争取这个西方国家，包括国际社会对乌克兰方面的这个谈判的主张来提供支持。我想这个目的呢，主要是想要进一步跟国际社会，尤其在西方国家要形成统一战线，进一步孤立俄罗斯。当然这样一个有特定的议题，而且有一定的出发点的这样一个所谓的全球和平峰会我想首先能不能达到全球性这个值得反映。同时呢，我觉得接下来在目前这个国际社会劝和促谈这样战争的这样一个背景
下，其实乌克兰方面除了坚持自身的主张以外，其实也应该更多的倾听这个国际社会的劝和促谈的声音，尤其是来自于非西方国家对于这场冲突的看法，包括对于冲突未来政治选择的这个方向。我觉得实际上乌克兰方面呢，需要更多的去睁开眼睛看世界，而不能仅仅局限在自己的这个相对狭隘的这个西方圈。
确实，我们始终站在和平的一方，希望这样一个事件能够通过谈判来和平结局。非常感谢二位做客电影模式，也感谢各位收看今天节目，观众朋友们，再会。
各位好，一起来看天气。今天呢，中国西部地区雨水广泛，雨势强盛，至此像西安、金源雨域的雨质已经达到17天。那今天晚上到明天，这里雨势依然猛烈，像陕西南部、四川东部、重庆、贵州这一带，普遍出现中到大雨，甚至是暴雨或大暴雨。那明天晚上到后天，雨势稍有减弱，但雨并不会停下来，一直到本周末，西部这一带都会沉浸在阴雨当中，所以要严加防范定制灾的发生。在陕西关中地区呢，还要警惕雨水对于下周工作带来的不利影响。我们还是以西安为例来看一下，未来几天都是雨水频繁，而且气温是大幅偏低。而此时本该多雨的华南却是降水稀少，高温发力。那今天午后，南方多地地表温度都在50度以上，甚至超过70度，可见高温之强。事实上呢，这里一天当中热的几乎是没有喘气的机会，像广州今天50度都在27度以上。在未来，华南高温持续，福建等地还可能会遭遇同期罕见的高温。北京多云转晴，16到34摄氏度；通辽阵雨13到24度；达州多云转小雨23到26度；贵阳雷阵雨22到29度；昆明晴转多云19到31度；曲靖阴20到33度；楚雄多云21到35度；石家庄阴转多云19到32度；淮安阴转晴18到29度；武汉多云转晴22到30度；绍兴多云转小雨21到30度；首尔阴转多云18到28度；东京多云转小雨15到23度；新德里晴转小雨22到34度；迪拜多云转晴31到38度；河内多云转小雨28到38度；曼谷小雨27到36度；悉尼多云转小雨11到21度；莫斯科晴转多云7到22度；伦敦阴转多云17到21度；巴黎晴15到28度；罗马多云转小雨17到25度；雅典晴转小雨18到27度；渥太华晴15到34度；华盛顿多云转晴15到31度；洛杉矶小雨转多云14到18度。
That is a very nice game, but second time it's kind of like the snow is melting, but because of the maybe the what is called river, right? Washing with and wash the clothes. No self-laundry. 有些好像 self-laundry. you have to wash yourself. Disposable underwear we don't have. What else? Only wear those always wear the inner clothing. It's actually saves a lot of money. Whether you feel that really, sometimes it can be it's just alone, feel so bored. And there's nowhere to go actually. It's going around to visit. There's a Dico or something. Other than that, eat Dico every day. You see a this goes因为你是有些炒饭，10块钱4块钱，500 $3 吃不饱，省钱了。你把杯杯面每天吃杯杯面，过桥以前我就是单吃便宜高的。哎呦，这种难吃。现在到。Let's see what else. 10 years on what? River.
Geopolitical tensions in East Asia, Eastern Europe and the Middle East have kept the United States on its toes over the years. China, for instance, keeps increasing its military spending annually and has armed its warships with hypersonic missiles. North Korea isn't left out, as it has stealthily equipped its ships and submarines with nuclear weapons. However, the United States military seems unfazed by these moves, as it continues to exert itself as the most dominating military power in the world. Join us in this video as we look at how the US Navy has admitted to creating military equipment and weapons so advanced that they can't be stopped. The United States military has always been known for some of the best super weapons in warcraft. However, the US Navy recently outdid itself with the development of the laser-powered USS Gerald Ford ship. Named after the 38th President of the US, Gerald Ford, who fought in World War II, the naval vessel is the lead ship of its class among the United States Navy aircraft carriers. Embarking on its first deployment on October 4, 2022, the United States had to trade off $13.3 billion to create this largest and most expensive warship. The Gerald Ford is the first completed product of the United States attempt to build the next generation of warships. The 333-meter-long ship is the largest aircraft carrier in the world that was designed to help the United States maintain its superiority in naval warfare. With a 5-acre flight deck and housing the latest military technologies, Ford is enough to keep the US enemies in line, especially China, whose growing military weaponization over the years has put Pentagon on its toes. However, the US government has had little to worry about ever since USS Gerald Ford came into the scene. The 9-story warship holds 4 squadrons of fighter jets on board and a large fleet of support and technical aircraft, numbering 60 planes. The warship has the capacity to extend to 90 planes, so it's not surprising that it has been termed the most powerful ship in the world. Gerald Ford's air power is more than that of 60 sovereign nations, and it houses more stealth fighters than can be found in all of Russia's armed forces. No wonder Putin keeps giving Washington the cold shoulder. Ford is a naval masterpiece as it weighs 97,000 tons, which is 32,000 tons heavier than the largest battleships used in World War II. You would agree that the US Navy has come a long way with this latest invention, as its large size doesn't mean it's slow. Instead, it is one of the fastest warships in the world and cruises on the sea at 34.5 miles per hour. According to the Navy, Ford is powered by a pair of advanced A-1B nuclear reactors, so it has nearly 3 times the power of the existing military supercarriers. The nuclear reactors on board means the vessel is fully autonomous, and the nuclear energy is enough for it to run without stopping to refuel for the next 25 years. The USS Gerald Ford is home to some of the deadliest weapon systems in the world. On board the ship are 2 evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, 2 rolling airframe missiles, and 3 Mk-15 Phalanx close-in weapon systems. These missiles travel so fast and are used to protect the ship from missiles and enemy aircraft. They inflict serious damage on the anti-ship missiles of China and other US enemies. But it doesn't stop here. The Ford is equipped with a new technology, the laser, powered by the 2 Bechtel A-1B nuclear reactors. The lasers travel at the speed of light and are more than a match for China and Russia's hypersonic weapons. In the event of an attack from a swarm of drones, the warship can reload quickly to protect itself. Unlike other cruisers, it doesn't require stores for ammunition, so it has almost unlimited firing opportunities. You would agree that the USS Gerald Ford is a beast in naval warfare. Developed by the Newport News Shipbuilding for the United States Navy, the construction of the warship began on August 11, 2005, and it was christened on November 9, 2013. Although it was originally scheduled for delivery in 2015, it was completed and delivered to the Navy on May 31, 2017. It is the first warship to be designed using a 3D model and is the first of a class of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers developed by the US Navy to replace the existing Nimitz-class carriers. As the lead ship in the class, Gerald Ford replaced Enterprise. One would think that this warship would have a larger crew, but it doesn't. It has a smaller crew of 2,600 sailors, 700 less than a Nimitz-class carrier. With features like the electromagnetic aircraft launch system and advanced arresting gear landing system, the USS Gerald Ford is a nightmare to China's growing hypersonic weapons development. USS Zumwalt warship. When Elmo Zumwalt Jr. joined the United States Navy Academy in 1939 and rose to become the youngest chief of naval operations in 1970, little did he know he would one day have a destroyer named after him. The USS Zumwalt is one of the United States naval masterpieces and is the lead ship of the Zumwalt class. The guided missile destroyer was commissioned on October 15, 2016. Unlike other destroyer classes designed primarily for deep-water combat, the Zumwalt has a multi-mission capability. You can call it a jack-of-many-trades ship. With the Zumwalt, the US has a destroyer ship that can support ground forces in land attacks and perform usual destroyer missions such as anti-air, anti-surface, and anti-submarine warfare. The $4.4 billion destroyer is equipped with 2 advanced gun systems capable of firing long-range land attack projectiles in naval and land warfare attacks. Before the commissioning of Gerald Ford, the Zumwalt was the most advanced surface warship. It features a state-of-the-art electric propulsion system, wave-piercing tumble-home hull, stealth design, and the latest warfighting technology. By commissioning the Zumwalt, the US assures its citizens and allows them to be protected by a warship with the latest warfighting weaponry. With the Zumwalt, the United States maintains its dominance in the maritime environment by performing a range of deterrence, power projection, sea control, command, and control missions. The stealth ability of the Zumwalt is
then
a thorn
it's
in
the
the flesh of the
2K
enemy
TV
radar because the
Interactive
opposing
Wizard.
ship is difficult to find.
This prestigious award is for whoever has answered the most 2K TV trivia questions correctly. We've had a lot of questions this season, so this should be fun.
Moving over to the W MVP goes to whoever scores the most points.
Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone had a restful Memorial Day and enjoyed one as well. Let's get started. For months, the president made clear that Congress must meet its basic constitutional responsibility to prevent a first ever default. Just as it has been done 78 times before since 1960. The president made clear that default was not an option and laid out the economic stages of a default. A recession, millions of jobs lost, devastated retirement accounts, higher borrowing costs. And the president said from the beginning that he would negotiate with Republicans on a budget just like it has been done every year. He directed his team to work in good faith toward a reasonable bipartisan agreement. This agreement will do the following: protect Democrats' historic legislative accomplishments, including the Inflation Reduction Act, PACT Act, CHIPS Act, and the bipartisan infrastructure law. Protect the economic gains we've made, 12.7 million jobs and the lowest unemployment rate in 54 years. Ensure we have the same level of investment in the middle class as we did in fiscal year 2023. Protect healthcare and not push people into poverty. Block devastating cuts to law enforcement, public safety, and education as well. Negotiations require give and take. No one gets everything that they want. That's how divided government works. But the president successfully protected core democratic priorities and the historic economic progress that we have made over the last 2 years. Now, the House and the Senate, it's up to them. They must pass this bill so that the president can sign it into law. And so that we can continue to build on those very historic economic progress that I just listed out we've made under this president's leadership. And so over the past 2 years, as I have stated as well as you've heard us play out as well before. Now, without further ado, I have the authority director of Office of Management and Budget, Sharon Young. Sharon is here. She's happy to take your questions and thank you for having the work that we've done. Several months.
I will see my child again. I do have a small confession to make. I'm also out of clean clothes. After this last couple of weeks, so I think I ran into Annie Linsky, Wall Street Journal, and Lauren Egan with Politico as they saw me trekking back to get some clothes to wear with you here today because I don't have time to do laundry or take anything to the dry cleaner. So that's about how my last 2 weeks have gone. But as you know, the president and the speaker, Speaker McCarthy, reached a reasonable bipartisan agreement over the weekend. As someone who had the pleasure of negotiating this as a part of a great team, I can assure you that this was no easy task to get here. But what was on the line for the American people was real. I know I breathed a little easier. I called my parents, told them to breathe a little easier. That a deal had been reached, and that's what this was all about. It's an agreement that not only prevents the first ever default in this country, but it will protect our hard-earned and historic economic recovery. It will protect our legislative achievements, including the legislation that is creating good jobs in this country. And it's protecting critical programs that millions of Americans count on that you've heard me repeatedly talk about. I want to be clear. This agreement represents a compromise, which means no one gets everything that they want, and hard choices had to be made. Negotiations require give and take. That's the responsibility of government. For months, the president made clear, and you may have heard me say this once or twice, that Congress must take action to prevent default. And from the beginning, he said he would negotiate Republican leadership on a budget framework, and that will allow the appropriations process to proceed under regular order, just like we do every year. The bipartisan budget agreement that we've reached protects key legislative accomplishments from the past 2 years, including the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act's clean energy corporate minimum tax and prescription drug provisions. It protects programs millions of hardworking families count on. It protects Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, safeguarding health insurance for millions of Americans. It fully funds veterans' medical care. including mandatory funding for the PACT Act's Toxic Exposure Fund at the levels the President proposed in his fiscal year 24 budget. And it protects critical public health funding from being clawed back to prepare for future pandemics and possible COVID-19 surges. This agreement is now in the United States House and then on to the Senate, and we strongly urge both chambers to pass the bill and send it to the President's desk. And with that, I'm all yours.
You didn't know. My wife's 41st. I feel that's right there.
We can.
The appropriations adjustments.
Yeah.
They're a pretty critical part of the agreement, I think. We know about COVID funds, obviously IRS as well. Can you detail kind of the full scale of the adjustments that you guys agreed to and hands on?
First, I think it's important to note the appropriations process. I'm a former staff director, uses adjustments all the time. They do rescission, they use emergency money. That is how the appropriations process works. Because we were dealing with the top line, we thought it important to memorialize some of those adjustment agreements. It does not stop the appropriations committee from doing other things they feel is necessary to make sure the appropriations process works. But it's to ensure that we got to a similar level, close to the same level as this year. We certainly wanted to have an agreement with the Speaker's team about what that was. Because remember, part of this deal is to make sure we have an appropriations process that works. This unlocks that, just like budget resolutions would have. So now we're setting top lines here, and when the appropriation committee works, you will see them use $22 billion of the COVID relief rescission, which were taken in this bill. The appropriators will use some of that money to spread around how they see fit. We didn't get into the individual line items in this bill. They will also, as you've heard, use IRS rescission from the IRA on the mandatory side. Again, we don't dictate how. They will rescind $10 billion both years, and they will then use that to be reinvested into non-defense discretionary. They will also use other rescissions that the appropriators will decide the mix of, but we agreed on the level that they could be higher, 10 billion higher than last year, and the appropriators will use that. And building on the emergencies used in December, the appropriators will use about 23 billion in emergencies for 24 and 25.
Do you have an understanding of how many votes Republicans will provide in the House?
I don't remember. I moved over here. I'm going to let the Speaker work with his conference. This is what I miss about the House, though. This is a fun day over there. Lots of meetings. I'm sure it's very interesting and has a lot of energy. But we're going to leave that to them to work out the votes and how they get there. We know we talk to them in good faith. They talk to us in good faith. But now it's their chance to talk to their members. We from here are making sure members know what's in this bill. Education, education, education. But look, I know a lot of members of Congress. What you don't do is call and tell them what to do. You educate. You say, let me know what you need to know. What's in this bill, how it's written, how it's going to be implemented, and we're going to answer you.
First of all, Sarah, Queen just said that one of the President's priorities is not to push people into poverty, but as those regulatory adjustments with the work requirements, it's going to have to help us estimate 700,000 Americans are going to lose those benefits. So can you square that circle?
Yeah. The President said to me, said to the rest of the team over and over, he would not increase poverty in this country. So while, yes, there will be a phase-in to add age up to 54, remember, we also got new exemptions in this bill that both parties agreed to do. We will have exemptions from 18 to the new population of 54. So not just the new population, but these new 3 exemptions will go from even the existing population. So some people who have these requirements now will no longer, if they're homeless, if they're veterans, if they're foster youth aged out of the system up to 24. So the analysis is being finalized, but we believe those who are off of those requirements because of those exemptions will be about the same number as those who are phased in on age. And you have to remember this. This entire SNAP change is sunset in 2030 to give Congress a chance to see how the new exemptions work and how the new ages work. And they can opine in a future farm bill if these changes have made a difference in the SNAP program.
Do you know how many individuals would go off the program right now, off government assistance right now, who are not eligible for those?
So we think it's about the same number. I don't want to give you a number until the analysis by USDA is done, but the range is about what you said, but it's also the same range of people who will take advantage and who qualify for the new exemptions. So those numbers are going to be very close to each other, meaning a wash in those affected who go on and who are phased on over years, and those who come off the requirements.
Could you explain a little bit how the Mountain Valley pipeline made it into this bill? Was it at the White House's request? I said it's been a Senator Manchin's priority here, but he wasn't in the negotiations. So how did it make the agreement?
Well, I believe what you're talking about is part of the permitting piece. We all thought permitting would be a part of this package. We all have an interest to make sure these projects move faster. I talked about the bipartisan infrastructure law. One of the things we're focused on here is what can we do to get that money out faster to ensure that these projects really happen in an expedient manner. That's why we've been permitted. And the project you talked about is part of the permitting piece that we knew would be in the final legislation.
Thank you so much, Shalana Bermudez. The chair of the Progressive Caucus says that it's really unfortunate that you are expanding the work requirements for this particular age group. It's a terrible policy. I know that you've been working the phones, speaking to a number of members of, I assume, the Progressive Caucus, trying to convince them that this is good policy. Is she right about that this is bad policy?
Look, I won't get into individual member opinions because I think I told Phil or someone else, my job is to tell members what's in the bill. You get into trouble when you try to tell members what their opinion is. Every member should have whatever opinion. Our job is to say, this is what's in the bill. This is how some of the worst things Republicans wanted were mitigated. And by the way, you heard me answer on SNAP. There's a very real possibility when we see the numbers that the number who are phased in, who have new requirements on SNAP, is offset by the number who will now be covered under the new exemption.
You're saying about Mountain Valley Pipeline and about permitting, but this is one project that takes up about 25 pages of a 99-page bill. Why is it so important to spend so much time on this one project?
I think we've been clear about our position on permitting. We worked with senators to try to get permitting done last year. We will continue to get more permitting. This was a small piece. It was a start of a longer process that both parties know we have to do, especially to get clean energy projects going. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that permitting was a key part of the compromise piece that both parties know we got a little done here, but we'll need to get more done later.
When you think big picture and you reflect on these talks, what lessons have you learned about how the Speaker and this Congress negotiate that may be applicable going forward?
One never looks the same as the other. I've done this a few times. They end different every time. They feel different every time going. That's the end of the game. Different people in the room this time. I'm used to being in a room with appropriators and a little leadership. So it's just always different. We've got to be flexible. The most important thing is to know what they have to have. You have to be clear about what you have to have. I want to know their value statements, and they need to know mine, and we have to find a middle ground. They shouldn't have to compromise their values, and neither should we. That is a bipartisan compromise. I know what's a reach. I may try it, but I know what's a reach. They try with me to see maybe if I'm asleep or not, but at the end of the day, we both have to find a way to protect each other's core principles, like not increasing people going into poverty in this country. And that's how you get to a bill a day. And first and foremost, I've said this, I think, in this room. I have always thought the majority of members, Democrats and Republicans, did not want to take us even to the brink of default. I think this bill shows that that assessment was correct. And we have to keep our eye on the prize that passing this bill, getting it to the president, avoids the catastrophic thing that would hurt millions of Americans. And there's a reason world leaders were worried about this. This would impact the global economy.
Thank you, Green. Director Young, we talked a little bit about the calls that you've been making and that other members of the administration have been making to members of your own party. What is the mood or the tenor on some of those calls? And where realistically is the whip count among Democrats right now?
Remember, I worked there a long time, so the mood and tenor, I tend to get patched in with people's children so I can say hello to people I haven't seen in a long time. So it is a catch-up time for me, and these are friends of mine, and I play it straight with them, and they play it straight with me. And I have a long relationship with a lot of people, and that means I'm honest with them, and they're honest back with me. And again, this is education. I play it straight with folks. They will make their own determination, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure they know every single detail in those 99 pages.
Said that Republicans had pledged 150 votes. Is that still the case? And can Democrats provide 70?
I'll let them figure that part out. All I know is when you enter into good faith negotiations, you don't negotiate to see a bill posted. You negotiate to make sure it gets to the president's desk, and we'll fulfill our part when it gets to the president's desk.
You're at the White House right now about the growing Republican opposition that threatens to compromise on the table from a procedural standpoint in the next couple of hours.
Like, this is not, the House is not very different from when I was there. You have to have some faith in the governing majority, which I do, because I have a lot of respect for members on both sides of the aisle, to do what's best for the American people, and that is not some Pollyannish thing. I know them, and I've always thought we could get here.
And we're introducing two new awards this year, starting with the Star of the Screen
A lot
Award.
of the things in Republican
We'll award
bills were non-starters. I get it, but we just cannot do that, and they know that. But at the end of the day, more people than not knew that threatening default would have been bad for America. The 12 million jobs added, record low unemployment, undoubtedly, that would have been wiped out almost immediately, and that would have been unacceptable.
Mean for future negotiations in the sharply divided Congress, as you've been talking about, in terms of the level of confidence you have that there's enough goodwill that we won't just be back in this same position later this year when it comes to avoiding a government shutdown, or just a repeat of this scenario with different states?
Yeah, look, I think I've been honest with you. I have always, during this process, worried about the 3 months from now. And I represented that. Whatever these top lines were, they had to allow an appropriations process to at least try. We couldn't do things that were so draconian that we knew we'd be back here. I love them. Those are some of my own offices I got to sit in, but I also like seeing my child. And we don't have to do these things where we make the American people very nervous, even though we know we're going to get there. So one of the goals here was like, let's try not to do this again. Let's set up a top line regime that allows the appropriators a fighting chance. Because it's hard, even in unified government, to get all 12 bills done. And I think we reached the sweet spot in this agreement to give their appropriators the tools they need to get started, get that appropriations process unlocked, and have a fighting chance to get bills done by October 1st. They would have to change any of these numbers in the caps, you would have to go amend this bill. So if you spend, the idea of caps is if you spend more than them, they're sequestered. To change defense or non-defense, one would have to change this law.
There's been some suggestion that the next date might move rather than the final week. A Republican member said he heard it could move to June 8th.
He knows more than I do. He knows more than I do then, because I don't have that indication.
Ukraine funding, do you expect this bipartisan deal to have any impact on the administration's ability to get more funding for Ukraine?
I do not. I do not.
The compromise gives you, as the OMB director, complete waiver authority over administrative pay-go if you deem it necessary for program delivery. I'm wondering if the bill as written becomes law, how frequently do you anticipate using that waiver authority?
Look, it's impossible to know the frequency, but I do know we negotiated all of this in good faith. We will follow the processes laid out in the law on pay-go. And if that waiver is deemed necessary to make sure President Biden's agenda is carried forward, we're going to use that authority. But we will have a process to follow the law as it's written.
Thanks. Can you explain to the student loan borrower?
All this stuff. Let the game runs. I think like the competitor will be more like magic in itself. The rest, I think, should be very good. this. Very, very hot. Wow. It's not a matter of taking a shower. When I was in this service office, I switch on the aircon and this year, the weather is very hot. The toilet, we have a lot of all these flies that I don't want to hang around with. I spray, but then because they in and out, sometimes they hang around. So you keep spraying, they still hang around. That's why I said that is the problem in Philippines. They mop their floor, they never put a chemical. The toilet never spray and all this. See, even simple stuff. There's a lot of insects and everything. Just imagine every day you do consistently maintain this and kill, not clean it, just kill the germs and everything, the chemicals and stuff. You will continue to make the whole place itchy, bacteria, complete and everything. It's not whether you have lizards or whatever. It is like I said, it's everywhere it's the same. When I went to Vietnam, the place is cooling and everything. There's no insects, no nothing. The lake I went motorcycle was cooling and it helps my leg. But again, when I was actually cooling, was cooling, was heat. It was a bit dry. You put a tree and nothing to it. But don't. There is nothing to eat, nothing much to eat. You don't anyhow eat in the city because they don't put a lot of sugar, they don't put salt, it's not many. You eat in there, you can do you can. But if you eat outside, there's not much of unless you go eat those I'm completely no chicken. Then also there's Jollibee, KFC, drink too sweet. But if you go motorcycling, you sweat. I say, simple as it is. The chlorine will kill the germs, everything. So, as I said, I don't know why sometimes like insects bite. But I don't tell me to see anymore. Actually, I never see when I was in China. I just see, but I don't know if you think what how to fight against the Americans, how to win over China. They have to play politics and they are very tired. And only the starting of month, and they only receive the risk of pain and pay. Some is on the first, some is on the 10 is for army, pilot. Some is on the 28. It depends on different government. I don't know how everyone. So it's not going to see it. I don't know how to do the jump slam. Nobody will say. Good. Land. No, this guy is good. All my players seems to be good. They're not very tall. Oh my god, amazing. That is really oh my god, we found right. Shouldn't have passed and dribbling. So I just change to the you cannot use tall guys. So you change to shorter guys. What small sport, so interesting. So I learned a little 600 meters. Not easy one. You need to play this game every time. I'm doing well. It's not hard. That's not it shouldn't be. You should just change from talking or they make it much more, much more like just words, text, and picture. Maybe this is one of the strengths. I believe it is. Jump is good. This guy also.
Are you more front office focused? We will award the Executive of the Year title to the franchise manager who pulled off the most championships throughout their tenure.
In my team, we'll celebrate the player who has earned
You throw only no use. 你要做 no good intercept American football defense. No good 的话是 American football 看 Right. No change. Oh, sorry. So I don't move up, then they will move. Oh, good. Theater is good. This can feel good. This one I'm not very sure. Not that good. Finally. So it's like on game, not try to steal. But sometimes can, I'm not very good. Just practice the basics. Learn about basics. Season is, I don't know which one is then ends. So let's see. Hello, hello. 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 Social days, Thursday, Friday. Not bad, no. I see my players. What's important is not see your players. I like a little bit now. Other than that, some of the can start with the beginning and then it's okay. It's kind of secure. Maybe I'm not very sure. I'll just try and maybe see the way.
因此多年度预备。
Oh, they're very good. My team can shoot 3 points. Amazing. Don't play very fast. Amazing, amazing. Yes. It's beautiful.